Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is a lovely little Minecraft survival series where I have given myself one huge goal, and that is to create a beautiful and thriving island out here in the middle of nowhere. But there is a legend here. They say that this island once sang a wonderful song, and unfortunately over time it has been lost. So that is why I'm here. It is my job to bring this song back, and to do that I have to find 4 ancient artifacts called echoes. And each of these echoes represent some form of life on this island, be it a bunch of water, big old mountains, a whole bunch of trees, or even just some regular old terraforming. Each one of these goals that are completed on my little checklist here will reward me with one of the echoes that I need to restore this island's full song. So that is my goal for this lovely little series, to go and try and collect all 4 of the different echoes that we need to fully complete this island's song and restore it back to the way it originally was, as well as, of course, doing a whole bunch of fishing, because that is, after all, what my channel is all about. So we will hopefully be trying to catch maybe around about 50,000 fish in this series, give or take or so. I'm still not exactly sure. The only issue with all of that, though, is I don't know where the island is, or really anything. I've got to go find it somewhere. Genuinely, I have no clue what it is I should be doing in this world, but all I know is that I have a lot of work to do. Starting with, of course, finding where we're going to be doing the island stuff. I know that is what I want to do for this world. However, I still have no clue at all where it is I'm going to be basing, where the island is, or anything. So I think we're just gonna do all of our regular stuff. We're gonna get ourselves set up. We're gonna do the regular Minecraft beginner stuff. And it's gonna be so amazing. Gosh, this is a very cute little spot. Look at this little area we're in. We got sugarcane, we got all kinds of animals. Here, we'll grab the sugarcane just in case we need it for something. While we are doing our regular little stuff, I just wanted to say thank you so much to Totomori for allowing me to use the name Echoes of the Shore for this series, and also for being such a humongous inspiration to me. So just in case you didn't know, the series that I have going on right now, Echoes of the Shore, is actually 100,000% fully inspired by their little video game that they made called Songs of the Shore. And I messaged them to make sure that it was okay if I used the title Echoes of the Shore for the series, and they were okay with it. And then they also said it's okay that I could use their music from the game for the series. So any song that you hear during this series here is 100% by Totomori. So thank you to him, of course. And then we have our lovely skin artist LANOSTRY, who made all of the skins you'll be seeing in the series, as well as any of the 3D models that appear. So thank you again to both of you. I could not have done this without you. I appreciate you both so much. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot as well that the texture pack that I'm using is also by LANOSTRY, and I love it so much. All of their links are fully in the description if any of you want to go check out any of their stuff. I think the very first thing that we need to get started on is trying to find ourselves a fishing rod. Here, let's just make ourselves a crafting table, a couple of sticks, and then of course our wooden pickaxe. Oh, and we got pumpkins. We got pumpkins as well. Oh, that's gonna be perfect. I really need a carved pumpkin for something later. Oh, we've got more sugarcane here as well. This is good. This is good. We're gonna need all the sugarcane we can get for our rockets and stuff. Oh, here, maybe since we're not next to an ocean, we can go over to this little village over here, and we can take some of their hay bales so that we're not super hungry all the time. If there's anything you should know about my channel, it's that I don't hurt any of the animals in Minecraft. I even have a hard time with the hostile mobs, excluding, of course, the ender dragon and like withers and stuff if I have to. So a lot of my farms and stuff are going to be very interesting because I don't use any of the weird ones that hurt anything. So no iron golems, no iron farms or anything like that. Ooh, a little bundle? I'll take a bundle. I'll put my bread in there. There we go. No way! We have a jelly cat! We have Jelly here! Oh, our baby! Now we really need a fishing rod. So I gotta go get some string somewhere, and we definitely have to come back here. I love kitty cats so much, especially Jelly. However, if there is anything I've learned from my past series, it's that I need to limit the amount of pets I have, because I get way too attached to all of these cute little animals around me. So we're gonna stick to just one of them. So we're just gonna have one Jelly here, and that's it. And I think I want a purple bed. So we'll leave you with your bed. Sorry. Gosh, it's already been a whole day in the game already. That was fast. So now we need to go and try and find a lovely little fishing rod. And to do that, I think I'm going to go and see if we can look for an ocean somewhere, and then we will be able to find one of those little ocean ruins that the drowns live in, and then those usually the little treasure chests there have little fishing rods in it. So hopefully that will be enough for us to get started. No way, there's just an ocean right here. Oh, this is perfect. This came out lovely. That was an important thing for me when I started this, was I wanted it to be a completely random seed, so I didn't know if there would actually be an ocean nearby. I tried checking a couple of the seeds before, and I didn't have any luck at all. The nearest oceans were like 2,000 blocks away, so this is very lucky. So we're gonna make ourselves a little boat here and see if we can get a lovely little ocean ruin thing where the drowns are. What are they called? Oh! No way! Oh wait, we've got a little nautilus here. Oh, I forgot about them. They're so cute. Oh, I love the little nautilus. Oh, my friends. Oh, we are definitely going to be using the nautilus. Those are extremely helpful for underwater building. Gosh, this is going to be so cool. This is going to be an amazing time. Oh my gosh. Does this look like this could be the island, right? Or do you think it's too close to a shoreline? Do we need to be farther away? We'll try looking for one that's maybe farther out into the water. But if not, I am happy to make that one work. We've got just about every structure here except for the one that we need. Oh, never mind. There it is right there. This is the greatest seed I have ever seen for what it is I need to do. Oh, hey, look. There's a little island right here. Maybe this could be our little island that we could settle on. It does seem small enough. All right, we're gonna see if this place has a fishing rod, and then we're going to maybe try and get settled in on this little island here. Maybe start planting some more trees and stuff. You know, I think maybe I'll set up base camp here first. I don't feel like dying quite right now. Oh my gosh, look, we got little ocean ruins over there as well. Gosh, there's so many of them. Okay. Oh, we got a spear. My first weapon. Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing the spears as well. Oh, and a buried treasure. Maybe we'll find this buried treasure first. That sounds like a good idea. Hey, there we go. There's our little buried treasure. Oh, look, we got cooked fish too. Finally, some real food. All right, the other places were a bust. We're gonna try the more coastal ones. Maybe we'll have better luck with the ones that are on the actual beach. Oh, please have a fishing rod. Let's go. We got our first fishing rod and a stone axe. I'll take it. That is perfect. Now we'll go check the ones that are on the actual coast as well. No way, we got a luck of the C3 as well. Oh, and a copper snail armor. That's good. I love the little copper snail armor. Look at all this stuff. Wow. Who needs to do literally anything in this game when you've got so many of these little ocean ruins around? Here, I think what I'll do is I'll try and go get some armor set up. So maybe we can get some... Oh, wait, we can get some copper. We can get the copper armor. But first, of course, we're going to need a couple of the stone tools. And I didn't even have the Stone Age yet. We're going to make ourselves a little furnace. And then, of course, our very first stone pickaxe. Sorry, wooden one. Now, we just need to start mining up some copper. And ta-da! There's all our cute little armor and stuff. So we did get a full set of copper armor, and we grabbed a little axe and a little pickaxe as well. And I think I will try to use it for the duration of the first episode, just because it is the new stuff. And then later on, we will hopefully be able to migrate to the iron and such. Oh, speaking of iron, I need to go to the little shipwreck over here and see if we can get any of the ingots from there, because we are going to be needing an anvil at some point. Well, we're off to see the shipwreck, the wonderful shipwreck of places. Oh, there's two of them. We've got two little shipwrecks here. That is so cool. I love how plentiful the little structures are in this game. We've got so many chests we need to go through now. And we've already got so much stuff. We're gonna get some treasure. Oh, feathers. Oh, I feel like that was gonna be helpful for something. Oh, yes, that's right. I need feather brush feathers. And what is in the little captain's quarters? Let's go. Look at all this iron. Oh, and we've got some little armor trims and stuff as well. All right, that's one shipwreck done. And what do we got in here? A bunch of food. That is perfect. The only thing I don't need. Oh, I love this game so much. Now we just need to start heading back to our lovely little island here. And with our lovely little shipwreck adventures out of the way, we are now good to move on to my favorite part of the videos, which is the fishing part. So we are going to jump straight into fishing. So, 2 seconds. Welcome back from the tiny little fishing break. Before we continue, I just wanted to say that it has been a whole 5 days already of just fishing in this world. Not Minecraft days, by the way. 5 actual days. So I knew that I wanted to... I knew that I wanted to do a bunch of fishing in the very beginning of the series because I know food usually is a big issue for me. So I did start the video an entire extra week early so that I had just a bit more of a jump start on the actual fishing process. So we did get a bit of an early start for it, and it has been lovely. 40 hours of fishing the past week already. And that doesn't count what I've still got to do for this video. I still have to do a bunch more fishing, although it will probably have to wait until I've got at least some of the resources that I need for building and stuff. I don't have anything in this world. In the amount of time that I've been doing fishing and stuff here, I could have beaten the game 10 times. I could be in full diamond, enchanted, everything. Goodness gracious. But I'm committing to the copper tools for maybe at least the first couple episodes. So maybe we can use like our anvil and stuff. However, I do think we're out. I do think we're good on the food department for probably the foreseeable future here. We've got, what, 3 or 4 barrels here just completely full. So 40 hours of fishing, 4 whole barrels, and we have 6,834 fish caught just in this past week or so. I could have done a lot more, but I was a little bit sick, so I was taking a little bit of time for sleeping and stuff. That being said, however, we are now good to move on from the little fishing stuff because that has been all I've been doing. I've been very, very sucked into the fishing, which I hope is very clear from the 76 levels that I have, as well as all these different barrels and stuff. Oh, that's right, I forgot. We did also get 3 mending books, which I think is pretty good for 6,000 fish caught. I still don't know what I would use them on, but they're good to have, I suppose. Oh, maybe I could save them for whenever I get some netherite. Oh, time to go fish. Anyway, as I was saying before, it is time for us to move on now to the resource collecting part of the video because we have unfortunately we have done a lot of fishing. And we still have a lot more fish that we need to do. However, we are firmly behind on the actual resources that we need for all of our landscaping endeavors that we wanted to do, as well as our lovely little starter hut, which I do think I have a good design for now, by the way. I have spent a little bit of time in my creative world trying to come up with a design, and I am quite happy with this one finally. It is very fishmonger, and also very Songs of the Shore inspired, so I am very excited to be living out of it in the future. And also, I am sorry if I sound very tired. I'm recording this whole video while I'm sick, but I'm doing my best, and that is all that matters. So we've got a few main resources that we are going to be using in a very significant amount, with the first 2 of those being a bunch of dark oak as well as a whole bunch of warped wood, which is something I don't know why I used in a starter base. That's probably the worst wood I could have used. But it was either that or dark prismarine, and I cannot be bothered to go and mine a bunch of the dark prismarine from these ocean monuments around here. So I decided that warped wood probably would be the safer option, especially considering there's so much obsidian in like the frozen ocean ruin monument things. The little sunken nether portals with the chests and stuff, those usually have obsidian in them. So we're gonna completely skip the diamond phase of needing to mine obsidian and stuff. We'll go collect it through the little sunken little portal chests or whatever. Like the true fishermen we are. The sea provides all. You just gotta know where to look. I did also make some brand new custom little hunger bars over here that are just a bunch of little seashells, because the series is inspired by Songs of the Shore after all, which is just a game where you run around and do a bunch of little seashell collecting. So I thought, you know, I could make some little seashells. Oh. And there goes the rain, which does now move us on to the obsidian collecting. Oh, wait a second. There's Nautilus. Oh, I forgot about the Nautilus. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do some little Nautilus transport. All right, let me see. Do I have an armor here? I sure do. A gold Nautilus armor. No way. This is gonna be so cool. All right, here we go. So we just give them some pufferfish, and then we put a saddle on them, and ta-da! There we go. There's our friend. No way. This is so cool. I think I want to name them Bullseye. Oh, here's our little portal. Do we have any obsidian here? No obsidian. We do got Depth Strider though. That's gonna be helpful. Oh, hey, this is a really good looking portal. There's no crying obsidian or anything in the way. This is perfect. We only just need 4 pieces of obsidian now. Come on, please. I just need some obsidian. Let's go. We did get some. This is by far the weirdest way I've ever had to make a portal. I'm pretty sure the portals, they would go out, right? If you tried to light them underwater and stuff. So I had to make a pillar all the way to the surface just so that I could make a little tunnel out of dirt. But we made it in the end. We just need to light our little portal, and there we go. Let's go get ourselves some warped wood. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, this is good. This isn't so bad. Well, the little crimson forest here was a bust. So we'll try going the other direction. Oh, wait a second, I have an idea. Surely in all of my fishing endeavors so far, I must have grabbed a silk touch book already, right? Maybe I can put these little warped little funguses on some of the nylium that I pick up, and then we can just grow our own little warped trees. Surely that would save some adventuring time. Oh, there we go. We do have a little silk touch book. All right, cool. This is gonna be the most decked out copper pickaxe I ever made. Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3 pickaxe. I mean, it is a copper pickaxe, so it's not the greatest, but it's totally okay. Why do I feel like these warped fungus would be good on a sandwich? They look like they would taste pretty good. Am I a strider? Let's go get ourselves some lovely little warped wood, and then we will continue straight after that in looking for a whole bunch of dark oak, and hopefully once we find the dark oak area, maybe there'll be a pale oak place next to that as well, because I do need also a little bit of pale oak. Oh, wait a second. For some reason, I've been really wanting to use a strider recently, so I think I'm gonna go grab like a saddle and stuff for him. Oh, we've got warp fungus already as well. That's perfect. We're gonna go get a little strider friend too. That's gonna be cool. There it is. That is so cute. Oh, I feel like that would make a really cute hugger bar, having the little fungus, the little warp fungus. Oh, hi, little buddy. Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. All right, what's your name gonna be? I think I'm gonna call you Sticks. I don't know how to get out of here. No. But just pillar up and out and then through the portal. There we go. Also, I did just want to share very quickly, but I did make a tiny little rain dance that I could do whenever it starts raining outside in hopes that it would extend the rain. I don't think it actually works, but I did think it'd be pretty fun just to give myself something to do while it rains before I start my fishing. No way it actually works. And that, my friends, are how traditions are made. All right, big old distractions and stuff aside, we still have a bunch of resources that we need to try and get started in collecting and stuff. With the main ones, of course, being I'm pretty sure a bunch of spruce. We're gonna need a bunch of dark oak. We're gonna need a little bit of pale oak, and we have been collecting a little bit of the like the sand and stuff that we need for terraforming, as well as maybe some sandstone. So we do have a couple of the resources that we need. We don't need any of this stuff. This is the warped section over here. So we do still need to go do a bunch of terraforming, or sorry, not terraforming. I don't know why I said that. I meant to say exploring, not terraforming. I forgot. Look, we've got a little stick here for Stick, which is named Sticks Stick. I thought that was hilarious. And also here's some little fan art because I'm a huge fan of Sticks. I made some little art of them. I love them so much. And it was from memory as well. So if it's a little messed up, then that's why. Gosh, there's so many distractions. All right, I need to go get some resources. Starting, of course, with our lovely little dark oak. However, I don't know where a forest is. So we'll just have to go find one somewhere. Maybe I'll take the happy ghast. Whoa, look at this. This is some cool generation. It's like a natural little arc thing. I love that. That is so cool. No way. No, we've got pale oak. We got a little pale oak biome and a little dark oak forest next to it. Oh, this is perfect. No way. How far are we? Gosh, we're like 3,000 blocks away. Oh, finally. This stuff is really good for like stone gradients and stuff. Although I don't think I'll use any right now. You never know in the future if we might need some. So we'll grab some of this. And we'll get a whole bunch of our pale oak and our dark oak and stuff. So we're just gonna get straight into chopping. 3 copper axes down. We managed to get a total of 5.5 stacks or 6.5 stacks of dark oak logs and a little bit of pale oak. We really don't need very much pale oak at all. It's just for decoration, that's all. So we are good to go and start heading back to the house now, or I guess to the island rather. All right, there's 1, 2, 3. There we go. Total V location. I know I'm going to be using copper and stuff in the build a little bit, so I do need some honeycomb. So we're just going to take these bees with us. And ta-da! there's our lovely little island, which I think is in desperate need of a makeover. Or, oh gosh. Well, now the hard part is trying to decide where we actually want the little starter base to be. Because I know I'm going to be doing a bunch of terraforming for this island here and expanding it and making it much bigger. However, we do have this lovely little tiny offshoot island over here that I think is still pretty cute. Maybe we could have our starter base kind of popped off to the side, kind of its own little thing, so that it's not as connected to this one. Because I don't want the main island to feel too much like there's been some human interactions here. I wanted it to feel more naturey. So maybe we stick to having our little starter base over on this tinier island, kind of off to the side from the main one. Although, now that I think about it, maybe nature won't mind so much if I have my little starter base popped over here somewhere. Surely it would make it look better anyway. Especially since I'm the one that's gonna be making everything. I think that settles it then. I'm gonna put my little starter base maybe around about this area here somewhere. I'll definitely figure it out as I go. Oh, and before I forget to mention it, this little starter base here is fully inspired by Songs of the Shore. And I love it so much. This has been such an amazing thing for me to build so far. I will be the first to admit though that it is only just a little tiny little slice of what it is I actually want to do over here, and it was really fun for me to do. I think if I were to change anything, it would be that I never ever want to use copper tools again. I've for some reason made it my objective to use copper tools through the entire first episode, and it's not been very good. It's not been very fun at all. This is how many tools have I used? Time is broken. Copper shovels. 38 copper shovels. Good grief. This has been such a long 2 weeks for me, but it has been so much fun. So, welcome to Puddleshine's Fresh Fish Fishery. I know that's a mouthful, but that's the name we've settled on. So, this lovely little house here is 100% inspired by Songs of the Shore, the video game, in that it's got the same little colors as Zingo's little hut that he's got next to the ocean and stuff. I even used the same like cyan glass with like the buttons next to the windows and stuff. I thought that was very lovely contrast colors. So we did do that, and also look at our little sign. It's just little fish bones. I thought that was so cute. The tiniest little fish as a little shop sign. This is so cute, and it's also connected to a nice little beam that I think has a good little curve to it, but there it is. There's our lovely little shop. Oh, I love it so much, especially the catch of the day. So the lore for this building is that every morning I put up my biggest and bestest fish that I caught from the previous day, and I ring the big old bell over here, right there. I ring the big old bell to let all the customers know that the shop is fully open and the fish are fresh and ready to come by. So this is like the big ticket one, right? So I put my biggest and best fish on display through the big old hook and stuff right here, and then whoever wants it the most will be able to see it. However, we do still sell regular fish, you know, just tinier, smaller ones. Those are the best ones. And I also wanted to start canning them and stuff. So I thought that since I set up shop every single morning, right, I put out the big fish, and then I put up all the new fish that I just caught for display for the day. However, for what should I do with the ones that are like next day? I feel like I should can those, right? So maybe I'll make like a little 3D model or something of my next day fish being canned and preserved, so that they're, I don't know, they still could be eaten or something. They'll just be slightly cheaper. That's gonna be such a fun thing. I have made a little sardine can model before. However, these ones are gonna be closed, and they're not gonna be sardines. They're gonna be pretty much any assortment of fish, be it a puffer fish, salmon, cod, tropical fish, or whatever else kind of fish we catch. Also, I am terribly ashamed to admit that I don't think it's going to be a modular. This isn't going to be a modular build. So the back of it is it's a little bit not great looking. But I will say that the building itself is 100% finished. Oh, except for maybe one floor. One floor still needs some decoration and some fish setting up. But the entire exterior, plus my bedroom and stuff, is all fully done here. It's just the landscaping and stuff here that's not done yet, because I do want this still to be connected up to the whole island. So I feel like before I make giant changes and stuff, I really need to have this at least in the right position where I want everything to be. So it's hard for me to know where I want hills to be and where I want slopes to be if I haven't really settled on where I want the actual island to be, or like how it's going to be shaped and stuff. So I am sorry that the back is a little messed up. I think one of the weirdest things about this build is that it uses 144 spruce trapdoors. Oh yeah, this is a great starter base, isn't it? Didn't take me 4 days to build it all. Nope, nothing like that. So we are going to take a very tiny tour, starting with, of course, the little display board, or the fish statistic display something, rather. I don't know what to call this, but it's just a little board where I have all my information stored. So the fish of the day is any variation of the red stripy tropical fish. So if I can spot one of those, then that'd be pretty cool. Then of course we have the weekly fish caught total amount, and then we have our total fish caught, and then our best item fished up, which probably would just be mending books. I'll be honest. And then the other side is just tinier stuff. So most fish caught in one day is 2,113. And then the lightest fish caught and then heaviest fish caught. These two are empty because this is really just a up to imagination thing. And then moving away from the board, we have this lovely little shoreline, little fishmonger's fish market stall. Because I did realize that a lot of this stuff is very high up. This whole building, you have to go like upstairs and stuff, so it's not very accessible. So I thought I could have like a little market stall over next to the water here. That's just a little bit easier to reach, just in case it ever came down to it. You can still buy all the fish and stuff, and if you need to buy the big fish, we'll just bring it down to you. And then after the little market stall here, we have the main shop area. So it's got two entrances. We've got a little side entrance here, and then the big main entrance next to the little shop sign. So you go in, we've got my little cash register. This is where I sit most of my days, honestly, or on the shoreline. I prefer the shoreline, but we've got to be in here when people show up. So we've just got our little counter here where we sell all of our fish, and then we have plenty of storage for where I'm going to be putting all of my different fish and all the fish related stuff that I catch. So this is the bottom floor. We've got the catch of the day connected to the little grappling hook, or what are those things called? The little mounts? The pulley system? I don't know, something like that. I did also make sure to use plenty of shelves in this build, and also a bunch of looms. I love using looms as decoration. They also do make a really good carpet, but I didn't use any for that this time. And then going through the little side entrance here, which is also it's got an entrance over here as well, which is a little paper sliding door. I thought that was really cute. And you can use like the little levers and stuff, the little switches, to look like a doorknob or a little door handle. So this is also going to be a little showroom where I've got some more special fish on display. So we're going to have like little tables and stuff here with our fish on like item frames. However, I did run out of time before I was able to do the actual interior decorating for at least this floor specifically. Everywhere else is done though. So this is the only empty spot in the whole building. And then straight upstairs is my lovely little bedroom here, where I've got my magical purple bed finally, as well as the storage for all of the mending books that I will catch throughout this series. I don't know if I'm gonna fill these up, but I certainly will be trying my best to. We've got some little spots for cooking up stuff. We've got some more fish storages, of course. And then we have a tiny little balcony. Oh, sorry, I forgot to point out that we got these cute little carpets here too. I love these so much. I love using little carpets in my builds for some reason. I don't know why, but I love rugs and carpets. They're so cool to me. And then straight up this ladder is the bell tower, of course. So it's not decorated really, but we've got floors. So I guess this kind of could be like an elytra pad of the sorts. And also where we ring our bell. Fresh fish are ready. Time to open up shop. This has been such an amazing little build for me to make. Oh no! I completely forgot about my 3D model. How did I forget about it? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Okay. So I did get a lovely little matching hat to go with my outfit here. We'll put it onto this little gold helmet here. I just need to remember what it's called. Alright, let's see if it works. It does work! No way! Alright, there it is. There's my little hat. I completely forgot to use it this whole series. Whoopsie. Oh, and whenever I'm holding it, it's on my back. I thought that was really cool. Let's go complete the outfit here. There's our little fishmonger hat. Oh, this is so cool. Look at him go. We're so fast. We're so fast. I love this game so much. Oh, speaking of, who's excited for Hightail? That's gonna be really cool. I really hope there's fishing. I know there's fish in the game, but I don't know if there's actual like fishing related stuff. That's right, I completely forgot. This little Siamese cat I have here also needs a name. So if anybody has a good name suggestion for this little baby kitten here, that would be lovely. And with that, I have unfortunately already run out of time for today's video. We have done so much in the past couple weeks so far. What did we catch? 7,227 fish caught. That is crazy. And most of that was done in just 1 week. So I'm very happy with how this little starter base and everything has come out. So thank you again to LANOSTRY and Totomori for being such huge inspirations to me. So I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is a lovely little Minecraft survival series where I've given myself the goal of fully restoring this little island here back to the way it originally was, with of course the occasional build or two that I myself will be living out of. However, I am trying to make the island feel a bit less inhabited and more of like a nature place, you know? So really this is just me doing a bunch of landscaping and a whole bunch of fishing, because that is what I'm most passionate about after all. A bunch of fishing, which we will definitely be doing today. We've got so many fish we need to catch. Our to-do list is humongous, and I'm so happy for it. In today's video, we are going to be hopefully trying to get ourselves our very first echo, which is the things that we need to restore the island after all, which means we've got a bunch of terraforming that we need to do, which also in turn means that we need a bunch of different resources and stuff for the landscaping and stuff that I want to do. I don't actually have very much dirt and like sand and stuff available, so hopefully today we are going to be upgrading our tools from copper, because these are awful. These are the worst tools I've ever used. Although I do feel oddly attached to them at this point. It does feel very nice using the new tools and stuff. However, they are incredibly slow, even with enchantments. So hopefully today we will be upgrading to maybe iron. I feel like iron is a good one to upgrade to this early on in the game still. Although now that I think about it, I really do like these copper tools. So maybe we'll hold off for maybe just one more episode. I feel like it's worth it, just to get my copper tools worth. I mean, they're not that bad. They might be slow, but it's about the principle. So, at the very tippity top of our to-do list for today is we need to get started on gathering up the resources that we need for the little building that I mentioned before. It should just about be going in this general location here somewhere. I still haven't exactly settled on where it's gonna go, but I'm sure it'll be fine regardless, no matter where I pick. I just realized I completely forgot to mention that I did go and I made a little 3D model of just some cute little canned fish, because I do remember in my last video I mentioned that the part of the process for this little building here was that the fresh fish go on the very bottom floor down here somewhere, and then our biggest and best catch goes on the little pulley system, and then all of the 1 day old fish, those all get canned, and then I can sell them for a slightly cheaper price. However, there wasn't really anything in the vanilla version of the game that I could do to make it look like it would be canned fish, so I did just have to make my own little 3D model, and I think it is perfect. Look at these little guys. Look at our little canned little fish. This was such a fun thing for me to make. It took hours and hours. I had 2 variations of this. I had one that was slightly more rounded and more cartoony looking, and then we had this one, which I definitely think is the better choice. The other one I feel like was too similar as well to the old sardine model that I made. So I am very, very happy with how this came out, and I do really enjoy 3D modeling sometimes. So this hopefully will be my food source for this little series that we've got. And all we need to do in order to get them is just rename some raw fish as canned fish, and then we apply the model, and ta-da! There's our canned little fish. This is so cool. I'm so happy with this little 3D model, and it is all just one little resource pack as well. So let's just adjust the little fishmonger's hut over here to more accurately represent what we're selling. There we go. We got canned fish, we got raw fish, we got everything. And eventually we are also going to be decorating the second floor here as the canned fish area. So maybe we can just put some on like shelving, like a little grocery store aisle or something. I'll figure that part out. But we've got a lot of work we need to do still with our little building that's going to go over here. And you probably can guess what it is for it being in the water. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into fishing off the side of our little trawler here. And it is so cool. This one little ship took so long for me to build. So do you remember when I said that I was going to upgrade eventually to the iron tools? That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. I, for some reason, I've been using my iron and stuff for iron chains, which I think look lovely as rigging, especially on these more modern ships. I'm so used to building sailing ships that I didn't quite realized that fences and like fence gates looked very, very weird when I tried to use it for the standing rigging or whatever. The permanent lines and such. I did have to tinker around with it for a little while, and definitely the iron chains are 100% the best way to imitate some of the ropes and stuff here. Oh, and also dark nether brick fences. That was really cool. Definitely a pain to gather, but worth it in the end. So here it is. Here is our lovely little trawler ship. This was so much fun. I think this is only like my second or third time building a slightly more modern ship of the sorts, because I know I did build one for the Fathoms playthrough. I made the little trawler from Dredge for that video with a bunch of like glass and stuff as smoke, and I do have a version of that recreated for this series as well. However, I felt like it was too small, and I didn't like that it was more of like a copy-paste situation, so I made one completely on the fly. Also, unfortunately, I did do it all again with the copper tools. As I've mentioned before, the iron was way too difficult to get, and I really needed it for all my rigging and stuff, so we have done all of this again with copper tools. What do we got? Broken? 45 broken shovels. That is cool. That's not a problem. And we still need to go gather more resources and stuff like dirt and everything for the landscaping that we have to do, which is exactly what we're going to be doing straight after this. However, I do still want to do a bunch of fishing and stuff off the trawler. I mean, because it is a fishing boat after all. Kind of needs to be broken in, right? I feel like that's been kind of a custom on my channel. Is I'll build a ship of some sort and then I'll just go fish off the side of it immediately. Alright, we've got just a little bit of fishing done, but we do need to go and get started on collecting up the resources that we need for the terraforming projects that we've got to do, because I have been a misinformation spreader, or sorry, no, that was something else. I've been an information withholder, rather. Sorry, Katuno. I've got an entire lake that I need to try and build in this video. So here's our plan for this. I know that I want it to be relatively high up, so that the access point, or like where I would be standing to do my fishing and stuff, is probably going to be like way up here, right? So we've got a lot of terraforming we have to do around the lake, as well as trying to figure out the general shape for it and everything. Because I do want to be able to fish at the lake by the end of the video. But I've never made big bodies of water before, but it's certainly going to be exciting. So I think pretty much all I'm going to need for this is a crazy amount of sandstone and a whole bunch of dirt for roughing out these shapes and stuff. Oh, and maybe we can add like a little tiny dock or something next to the lake as well, so that I could stand on top of. Oh, yeah. You know, I just realized I probably could have made my little trawler here inside the lake. Or would that not make sense? Maybe I could have put like a little slipway over there or something. But that is the plan. That's the plan for today's video. We're going to try and get ourselves our very first echo by fully completing an entire lake on our little island that we've got. But we've got to terraform around it. We've got to rough out the shape and everything, and it's going to be very cool. Though I will say right now that the little lake that we're going to be making might be on the smaller side, just because this is going to be my first time making a lake. So I feel like I need to try to go just a little bit smaller for something that usually is considered quite big. So we'll use this as like a learning experience to hopefully be able to make better lakes in the future. So it will maybe be smaller than what would be considered a lake. I don't know like what defines a lake really, other than it's just a really big pond, right? So I just wanted to let you know in advance in case you got your hopes up on accident. I do also plan on expanding our shoreline fully around as well. Although the island itself isn't going to be anywhere even close to being complete. We're going to do this kind of thing, but more wrapping around the sides now. Maybe just expanding the shorelines and such. Uh-oh. I completely forgot to ring my bell. I completely forgot to ring my bell up here. Uh-oh. Shop never opened. Hold on, let's get up there. There we go. Oh. Ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Shop's open, fresh fish. Alright, we have a lot of building that we need to do. So, I think in regular Puddleshine fashion, we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there we go. We've got this beautiful little lake here, which I am sad is significantly smaller than I had originally envisioned, but oh my goodness. You wouldn't believe how long this kind of thing takes. I've never had to make a big old lake before, and this has taken so long. I actually had to I had to postpone the video for a whole nother week just so that I could get this lake put in. And we've still got a bunch of other stuff we need to do, including doing a whole bunch of fishing still, because we are significantly behind. I mean, we have been doing a little bit of fishing between our clips and stuff, and even before I started recording, but it's still not very much. It's only like maybe 3,000 fish caught or so. So we do still have a lot of fishing we have to do. Also, I really couldn't help but notice that this lake feels so lonely, and it feels so empty without like trees and stuff around. However, that was supposed to be like a separate thing, but I do think maybe I'll add in some extra little trees just dotted here and there as like a temporary addition. Not trying to get an echo, I mean, like just adding a couple trees just so that this doesn't feel so barren around here, because I tried as best I could to make this look okay. Especially for it being my very first ever lake. I actually had to look at a lake from, I think, web fishing as inspiration. I wanted to have like little bits of like cattails and like reeds and stuff out the side, but really this whole lake here was done just completely on the fly, and I am quite proud of it. The only issue I had with this is the outer rim and trying to connect it to the actual little piece of land that we made here. This was rough. I didn't know how deep I should have had the water or how much sand I should have on the corners, but I think it came out okay in the end. And if I were to do anything different, it would be to make the lake at least 4 times bigger. Because this is just a glorified pond at this point. But that's okay. It still is very fun. And I did have a lovely time doing this. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We've got big ol' shorelines over here now. Look at all this sand. Look at all this sand we got now. This definitely is... This was my favorite part by a very significant margin of building this lake, was placing all the sand and stuff on the corners here. There's just something about building with sand and like making little shorelines that I feel very attached to. Like it feels very soulful, or I don't know how to explain that properly, but I really love doing it, and I definitely am going to keep on doing it. Pretty much this whole series. So we made ourselves a lovely little lake, or a big old pond rather, and we did a big old shoreline wrapping fully around to the left side of the lake there. It's not all the way around the island, because the island isn't complete yet. And there is one more thing I wanted to point out, and it was that I do actually have a mod installed called Protect the Animals, that if I name tag something, it doesn't take any damage and it'll never be hurt in any way. So it's more of like a peace of mind situation. So for all of you who are worried about Sticks, I appreciate you. That is very nice. However, he is completely safe from anything that I do ever. He'll never be hurt, and he's just a happy little guy. And same goes for my cats, whose name is Ripples, by the way. That was such a lovely comment. I had to name it Ripples. So Ripples is the name. And I think I'm going to do a whole bunch of fishing before I move on to trying to gather up the resources that I need for all the different trees, which I'm pretty sure is just going to be a bunch more like nether related objects. I know that's weird to build a tree with nether stuff, but for some reason whenever I make pine trees, I always prefer to use like netherrack and dark bricks and stuff like that. So that's what we're gonna go do later on. But we're also gonna be needing like warped mushroom, small ones, warped warts. Nope, not warped warts. The red ones. Gosh, this is so hard. Nether warts, there we go. We're gonna need a bunch of nether warts for the bricks and stuff. So let's just jump straight into fishing and do as much as we possibly can in the next couple of days. So, 2 seconds. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I stumbled on that one. Welcome back from the tiny little fishing break. This has been a lovely time. We caught so many fish these past 2 weeks already. I am sorry, by the way, that the video was delayed. I just really wanted the video to be a good quality of the sorts. I accidentally took way too long designing this little trawler ship over here, which in the end I do think it was definitely worth it. I do really like this little ship here. And we're gonna do a bunch of fishing off the side of it, which I probably should have done that to begin with, honestly. I don't know why I was in the lake. The lake just felt like it needed to be fished in. Now that we've got the fishing and stuff out of the way, we are good to move on to getting started on trying to place in just a couple of little trees over here. And there are a few types of trees that I've never made before, with the biggest one I think being pine trees, right? I've made a whole bunch of other trees before. I have made pine trees in the past. However, they're really bad. Gosh, that reminds me of my thumbnail tree from one of my old series, my Minecraft Hardcore. I had a big old spruce tree that I would use to take my thumbnails on for at least the first few episodes, because I didn't know what like Optifine and like Zoom and stuff was, which I don't use anymore, by the way. I've disabled all that stuff. I don't know why, it just is personal preference or something. But I don't use any mods at all anymore, except for maybe the replay mod sometimes for like my fishing and stuff, as well as the not hurting my animals thing. That is the best mod in the entire world, by the way. I can't play the game anymore without it. And I'm so thankful that it works through the newer updates. Even though it says it's for an older version, you could still just pop it in the mods folder and it works no problem. Except for the fish. I can't keep the fish alive. Just about every mob in the world doesn't take any damage anymore except for the fish. And I don't know how to fix that. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do, starting of course with starting to gather up our materials that we're going to need for our little spruce trees, which is going to be a bunch of nether related stuff, so let's get down there very quickly. That reminds me, I got a comment from the little Manian, again of course, who had a lovely suggestion for what I could do for my little nether portal. So if you don't remember, in the last episode I made this little underwater portal over here because it was nearly complete with the underwater ocean ruin, and it was a pain to get to, so I had to make like a little tunnel of dirt leading up to the surface so that the portal didn't break from the water. And they said that I could make like a little like a little water bottle, like a ruined portal in a bottle, like how they do the ship in a glass. That I thought that was gonna be really cool. So maybe we'll put our portal over here, like a little message in a bottle or something. That sounds so cool to me. So we're definitely gonna try and do that somewhere in this series. We'll get that done. It should be pretty straightforward. I've got a little nether fortress over here. So the only thing that I need to do is just walk past these guys. Excuse me. So the only thing I need to do is just collect up the bricks and such that we've got over here, and then we also need to go and try and make some of the warped red ones. I forgot what those ones are called. The red nether bricks, which shouldn't be too terribly difficult. I do have a nice little nether wart farm that I've been using over underneath my little lake and stuff. I don't need to use the red blocks, but I definitely think it would be in the tree's best interest to have just some slightly different hues. Or not hues, just tones, something. I don't know. I just thought it looked good with a little bit of red in it, with of course the occasional little fence sprinkled in. So we're gonna harvest these up as best as we can. Oh, Potto, my lovely little pickaxe. What I would do without you, I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh wait. Do I need nether bricks? How do I make? Oh no. Okay. Well, let's get a little bit of netherrack for the red ones. I think that's what you need, right? You need smelted up netherrack. I'm gonna say whatever amount this is probably good enough for a few trees. This definitely is overkill in terms of needed resources for at least this video. But I do know that I was gonna be making a lot of these trees eventually, so I thought I may as well grab some of the resources I need now. Yeah, I think we're okay we're good to leave now. Excuse me. Oh no. All right, we book it. We booking it. Let's go. We made it. We made it. We made it. All right, how do I make the red bricks? I know I need these nether warts, so we'll do some furnace firing and we'll see what's up. 2 nether wart for 1 brick is crazy. Oh, that's very expensive. That is very, very expensive. We are good to get started on building up some of these trees now. However, I don't think I'm gonna use any of the red nether bricks. I think I'll just use regular netherrack as a temporary replacement for at least the smaller trees. And then for the bigger ones, maybe we'll still use some of the the red bricks at the bottom. However, we need to start figuring out where we want these trees to actually be. And I know that since I'm gonna be doing a bunch of fishing off this dock here, I do want some trees close by. So maybe we'll have one of them about right here somewhere. So we'll pillar up quite a few. Then we'll do a line of spruce tree or spruce leaves, and then maybe we'll break it up with a fence here, another little bit of leaves, and then fences all the way up the top. Okay, I think this is good. How does this look? Is this okay for a tree length? Maybe. Here, we'll take away a few of this netherrack, and we'll replace it with leaves. There we go. How do we feel about this so far? Okay, I think this is a good base. Maybe we'll add in another fence or so about in the middle location, which means we're good to get started on doing the actual like shaping of the tree. And I do have a little pattern that I did teach myself to try and make these trees a little bit easier, and it's kind of like Tetris. And we've got these like little Tetris looking pieces, right? So it's like one of those basic Tetris things that you'd see, but with one piece that goes diagonal on the end, like this. So this right here is the building block of the smaller spruce trees that I personally build. So we're just gonna do this, but wrapped around the bottom on all four sides, maybe like staggering the location of them so that it's not all the same. So this one's like raised up slightly and this one's lower. So we're gonna do that same thing, but on all sides, of course. Maybe we'll add a bit more variation as well by making it shaped slightly different. Like we'll keep that block there for this one. Go and make sure it looks okay. It does look like the bottom of a pine tree. We've got these here, so maybe we need to also start doing some that are on the diagonal. There we go. So we'll do something like this on all four sides as well. How's this feeling? This does look like a pine tree. Oh, and it's just in time for Christmas as well. I just realized it's almost the holidays. All right, so now we just need to do this, but going all the way up to around about the middle of the actual tree, and then we'll start we'll start thinning it out as we go up. Yeah, there we go. This is looking good. Maybe we'll make this bottom one slightly more diagonal, like this instead. This is definitely starting to feel more like a tree. Oh, we missed our diagonal on this side. Oopsie. There's our little spruce tree. We do have one leaf that we've got too much right there. But that one needs to go. There we go. Add a few more little fences as a branch, and ta-da! There's our tiny little pine tree. I think this is a good base to work with for these little pine trees here. So we're gonna do a bunch of these little tiny trees, and then maybe some of the bigger ones using our same little Tetris block idea. However, instead of just this one, we are going to have a whole bunch of them. There they are. There's our beautiful trees. Oh, I'm so proud of these things, and they're not even that difficult to make either. It just was the red nether stuff that was the issue. Definitely hasn't taken me 2 weeks to make this video. No, nothing like that. This has been such an eventful video for me. Oh my goodness. I have been playing pretty much every single day for the past 2 weeks. Just doing little bits and bobs here with a whole bunch of fishing in between. Oh, that's right. Well, how many fish am I at? Fish caught. 12,212 fish caught. I'll take it. Hey, that's pretty good for early episode 2. Although I was originally aiming for around about 7,000 per video for this series. I don't think I can, honestly. I'll keep on trying in the future, but this video I can only do around about the regular 5,000 that I used to do in my older videos, which I definitely think is more than enough for fishing in one video. It does take up a lot of time during the week, so maybe 5,000 is the way to go. Also, I did want to point out that I did do the interior of the lower half with the canning and stuff. Also, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my cat. She has been so loud the past couple months. I don't know what. I can't make her stop. I'm sorry. But I did do the lower half interior where we sell all of our canned fish and all of the other fish and stuff. Maybe like salted fish or something. Oh, what was it? Salted dry cod strips or something like that. Anyway, this interior was very fun to make, and it is very simple, but that is because it's really just like a little tiny little shop where I sell fish and stuff. So not much to see, just some shelves that are actually being used as shelves, which is something I've never done before. So that's pretty cool. I just wanted to show this off very quickly. Oh, and we did also get a total so far of 6 extra mending books. I guess not counting the one that I put on my fishing rod and stick and bottle, of course. So I guess, what is that, 9 mending books already so far? Not a bad haul. Not a bad haul at all. This whole island that I'm going to be building here is going to be pine tree filled. However, I will be adding a bit more variation as I do more ground coverage for the island. I feel like I want the pine trees to be in more like sections, right? Or like more biome dependent. Right, so like these ones look like this because they're next to the river. I don't know what that would mean. For the ones that aren't next to the river, I would hope to have them maybe a little different. Maybe I could add some different hues into them. Maybe not use netherrack as the base. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. We did add a couple of little tiny palm trees around. So we've got some little baby ones over here. We've got one of them over here. Then we've got a bunch of them over here on this little shore. Very cute. I did try my best to vary in the different sizes of palm trees because there was a lot going on the tops, but not much on the bottom. So I needed to try and make some of the smaller ones. It's all very lovely. And I really do love building trees, but not as much as I love obtaining my very first echo, because we have officially completed this whole lake and added a bunch of trees to it. I was gonna do the echo business once I did the actual lake itself, but I felt like I needed to add these trees here in order for it to be fully completed, that is. So we have our very first echo, and it is the sunken song, which is the lake. So we now have one of the 4 echoes that we need before this little island here is fully restored, and we are very slowly working towards that goal. So we've got 3 more echoes that we need to get, and I don't know exactly where I should be putting these. I feel like I should have like some sort of podium or something. Oh, maybe I could maybe if you all have any suggestions, I'll try to get that set up for the next video, and we can make like some sort of staging area, or I don't really know exactly what to call this, but we need somewhere to put these. Maybe I'll put them next to my fish. Ta-da! It's a bit lackluster for what it is and how much it means to me, but it's something for now. Man, I can't believe we already have an echo, our 2nd episode in. Though I suppose this series is meant to be shorter. Oh my goodness, hello. It is meant to be shorter, so it makes sense. However, I have unfortunately just about run out of time for today's video, so I think I'm gonna do just a little bit of fishing for the in-between of the videos and stuff. So with that being said, I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. In today's video, I'm feeling very inspired by the actual game that inspired the series to begin with, in that there's this little spot inside of the game Songs of the Shore where there's like this little map and stuff at the top of like a little tiny cliff next to the ocean, and it's got like fenders and stuff on the side made of tires, and I just thought it looked really lovely. I definitely wanted to try and add that in today's video. However, before we begin, there are a few things that I wanted to show. I don't know what has been going on, but look at all these different fan arts we got. There are so many cool little pictures here. I don't know how this happened, but there's so many fan arts going on, and I appreciate every single one of you so much, and they are absolutely beautiful. I really like the one with the legs together pose. It feels so very Ghibli like Donald Curtis from Porco Rosso. Anyway, thank you so much everybody for all of the lovely arts and stuff. I appreciate it a lot. I really do. And they look absolutely gorgeous. Which now moves us on to the next part of the video, which is, believe it or not, just a whole bunch of fishing, because for the past couple weeks or so, in this world that we've got here, I have been fishing a lot. However, I feel like I've fallen behind in my last video, and I know I wanted to do more fishing than normal, and it's been quite difficult with the builds and stuff that I've been having to make in here, and a lot of it is all very new, so it's quite difficult for me to try and find the balance between fishing and building in these videos. So I think what I'm going to do is give myself a total of 3 days to just put my head down and do as much fishing as I possibly can with absolutely zero interruptions. So we're not going to be doing a single thing, no resource gathering in between, no anything, just a whole bunch of fishing, and that is very exciting. So we're gonna do a lot of fishing today, or I guess in the next 3 days, I suppose. Oh, and we get to do it on our trawler here as well. I forgot about that. I didn't do hardly any fishing off the trawler last episode. I know I was supposed to, but I think I just caught like 10 fish and then moved on. So I reckon doing some little trawler fishing here is probably the best way to go. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into fishing. 2 seconds. Welcome back from the tiny little fishing time lapse. This has been such an amazing time. I got so many fish. So at the end of our last episode, we were at a whopping 12,000 fish caught. I don't remember what it was exactly. I think it was like 12,200 or something like that. And in just 3 days, I caught an extra 5,000 fish. That is crazy. And I could have done more if it weren't for you meddling kids and Strider. No, actually, I think that was probably the most I could have done. It was like 27 hours of footage of just fishing. And despite it all, I still want nothing more than to just go straight back into fishing. However, we have a bunch of things that we need to do for today's video that aren't exactly fish related. I mean, well, they kind of are, given that I'll probably be doing a bunch of fishing off the little cliff and stuff. But we've got a little cliff that we need to make. Although, I think calling it a cliff is absolutely an overstatement. I think it really is just like it's like a bit of an excursion off the side of our little island here. That's kind of like a pathway. Like it'll probably slope slightly upwards this direction maybe, and then have a sheer drop off on the end, with the side of the little rock having like little tires and stuff on the side for where the bigger ships park, just so that they don't get beat up by the rocks and stuff. Or maybe the fenders are used for breaking up the waves and stuff whenever they hit the side. I'm not exactly sure the purpose, but I know it looks absolutely adorable, so I really want to make one of those. I just don't know exactly where I want it to go or how to build something like this, so I think I'm really just going to be using the game as a reference here, and maybe around about this location here I'm going to try my best to replicate what the game has, in my own little style, of course, whatever that might be. However, we are on copper tools still, and this is not going to work. This isn't going to work anymore. I'm tired. I'm so tired of copper tools. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm done with this. I'm through copper tools, all right? This is more than enough. Gosh, I forgot how many sand I gathered. I need to stop. It's time to stop. So I think that we're going to use this episode as a sort of a progression one, right? This is me going from being extremely poor to hopefully having some of the best tools. And I would say 100 levels is good enough to do that. But honestly, if it's anything like Fishcraft, I don't think it's going to be. So maybe our tool upgrading will have to be kind of spread out through our videos and stuff. However, I do want to try and get netherite this video. That's what I've been leading up to. I need to go get netherite. Sorry that it took so long for me to say. That's our goal for today, to get ourselves some nice decked out netherite armor and tools, of course. I don't know how successful we'll be, but I'll certainly be trying my best. However, before we go and get our netherite tools, I actually think it would be still in our best interest to use copper tools for just one more time, because I do still love them, and they are very cool, being the new tools and all. So I think for the very last time, we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there we go. We have this cute little walkway up to our tiny little cliff. Although, again, I don't know if this could actually be called a cliff, but it certainly was fun to make. And I did absolutely use the game Songs of the Shore as reference for building this. This is just it's just a little tiny little cliff over by the world map that you would interact with to register it in your journal and stuff. And I really do love this. This was so much fun, especially the cattails and stuff. I had a really good time with the cattails. The only thing though is I looked at cattails from somewhere and I saw that they were green, right? They had the green base. However, when I look at the cattails from the actual game itself, it looked like a lot of them had the brown stems on the bottom. So I wasn't exactly sure which ones I felt like would actually match the theme a little bit better. So I did do a bit of a mixture. So I've got mostly green glass panes. I almost forgot what those were called. So we've got mostly green glass panes with a little bit of brown ones mixed in certain locations. I also did try a lime green one, but that is crazy looking. That is way too bright. So we'll definitely not do too many of these. Maybe just one every once in a green moon or so. All to say that this was absolutely a great time. Terraforming, I don't know what it is about terraforming that just feels so purposeful to me. It definitely is one of my favorite things to do outside of fishing, of course, and I think this looks lovely. However, I did make a mistake. I made a bit of a mistake on accident when I was building this. So this whole thing's original purpose was to do some fishing and stuff off the top of it. However, I accidentally I was supposed to have this be water and to have to drop off much more sheer than on these other sides over here. So unfortunately, I can't actually fish directly off the top of it. So maybe we'll go through in the future and do a bit more of some adjusting and such to hopefully make this more of a fishing area. I mean, I can reach it, but it's not going to work properly. So we're going to have to delete most of this and make the sandy little shoreline a bit more sheer so that the bobber can actually reach into the water so that we can catch our treasure items and everything. So that was a big whoopsie, but I am still very proud of it, and we still have a bunch of work we need to do on this little bubble of sandstone before we can consider it done. But before we do that, I desperately want to start upgrading my tools and my armor and pretty much everything. I don't think I'm going to get into Elytra quite yet. I think I'll save that for closer to the end of the series, for whenever I need to do stuff that involves lots of height and such. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I'll probably need that pretty soon here. So maybe we'll wait another episode or so before we try and get our elytra and stuff. I do really miss flying as well. So that definitely should be at the top of our list on the next video. However, I don't know if anybody noticed or not, but I made a lovely little data pack that changes the warm blocks in Minecraft, or what is considered a warm block in the eyes of a strider, so that pretty much every block in the overworld, including water and the rain and everything, is all considered lava to them. So our lovely little sticks here is just the happiest little guy ever. And look how fast they move now. I didn't realize that they moved so quickly even when touching lava. I thought that they just were these slow little guys. So this is incredible. And thank you to everybody who kept on mentioning that Sticks was all shivery and sad looking and stuff. This is absolutely because of you, and I thank you so much. Also, I had a really hard time trying to figure out how I could make this look more like mossy and stuff. I did originally have plans for this to be a bit of a grassy little slope, so it would have been grass on the top, and then the walls were going to be stone, very similar to what we've got going on here. But in the actual Songs of the Shore game, it's all sand and stuff, and it's just got like moss kind of growing around the side of the little slope here. But I really struggled with trying to translate that into Minecraft here, because there aren't very many blocks that can help blend the big saturated green to the sandstone like there is in the actual game. So I did struggle quite badly with this, and it does feel still pretty weird. I tried to use a bit of leaves to help add in a bit more of the green to represent more moss and stuff. But this probably was the best I could have done. It is especially interesting looking up here with all the different moss carpets and stuff, because all the tires and stuff as well on the game Songs of the Shore, they all are very moss covered and such. So I did my very best, and I'm sorry if it does look funny. I just think we're missing some green to yellow transition blocks. That's all. Oh, that's a thought. Okay, maybe what if I put some actual grass over here, like on top of my moss and stuff? I wonder if that would make it feel any better. Put some like ferns and stuff over here. Let me check. Ta-da! Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. That actually looks really good. That works. Oh, also, look at this. Look at this cute little tire over here. We've got just one of them that are it's the lower tire that's been hit by the waves the most. It's got lots of algae covering it and such. Although I guess I could have probably used some glow lichen and such to maybe add to it a little bit, but it's okay. I don't think I have any more glow lichen left. Anyway, I do think that definitely I think helps. Maybe I could do that for the rest of it as well, for when I need to add little mossy patches like this. Just put little leaves on the top. That kind of helps make it feel more sat into place. And with that, we are good to move on to the next part of the video, which is our tool upgrades. So for our journey to netherite, I think the first thing that we need to do is upgrade our tools from copper to iron, so that we can actually start mining some of the diamonds if we find any, and then we can use the diamonds to mine up some of the ancient debris, and then we have to go find a bastion somewhere for the netherite upgrade template stuff. Isn't that right, Sticks? I know how to play Minecraft, kind of, which does make me think that maybe we're not going to be able to do it today. I'll certainly be trying my best here, but the bastion stuff definitely is going to be a huge struggle, especially in the nether without elytra. Maybe I could try happy ghast. Maybe we could try doing some happy ghast nether exploration. Oh, but then I'd have to make a bigger portal. I think just one step at a time. Let's make ourselves, for the very first time, a couple of the iron tools. Oh my gosh, there's a hole here. I didn't even see that before. We've got to make some of the iron tools here and hope for the best. Oh wait, actually, we'll keep our iron ore that we mined with our silk touch, and we'll just burn all the ones that are already raw. And since we're just making these so that we can get some diamonds and stuff, we're gonna make 4 of them. And then we're gonna enchant one of them with Fortune 3 for when we find any diamonds. So we've got a lot of mining ahead of us. I just need to check, do I have any Fortune 3 books from fishing? There's a Fortune 2, another Fortune 2, and we have 3 Fortune 2s. Oh, there we go. Fortune 3, there we go. Perfect. So we just apply this to our pickaxe. There we go. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 iron pickaxes with one of them having Fortune 3, and that is all we need. So let's just go straight into the mines and see if we can find some of our lovely little diamonds here. Ooh, my first use of my fortune pickaxe. Did I just find an iron vein? No way. Surely not. No way. Wait a second. That is an iron vein. Ow. Okay, so we do have an iron vein over here. Not a single diamond. Oh, there we go. There is our very first diamond. And ta-da! All right, let's go. Our very first diamonds. That is great. We got 6 of them from that. No way. 6 diamonds already. Let's do a little check around the sides here. No extra diamonds here. This is so great. Oh, here it is. There's our little spot right here. And we return back to mining. Oh, let's go! My first strip mine diamonds. Hey, there we go. All right. Oh, I sure hope it's more than 1. No. All right, it's 2 of them. All right, here we go. So we have currently 6 diamonds, and with these 2 mined, we got 6 more. No way. I've mined 4 diamonds already and I've gotten the absolute maximum I could have gotten with fortune and stuff. That is so cool. Thank you so much, game. Oh, we've got some gold as well. Oh, actually, we could use that for some golden apples. We'll make some wonder apples, and we'll do some zombie villager fixing or whatever. All right, we got to keep going now. So we've got 12 diamonds, which means we're about halfway. We're about halfway there. Oh wait, never mind. We still need we still need a bunch of the diamond tools and such as well. So maybe not. Maybe we're still quite a ways away. What do we need? Like 36 diamonds or something for a full set of tools and armor? No way. We got even more of them? I just started. All right, so we are at 12 diamonds, and we have 11 diamonds. Wow, this is some crazy luck I'm getting. I've been down here for like half an hour only. 23 diamonds down. Not much left to get. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, this thing is huge. What the heck? How did I never notice that? I was wondering what that comment meant. Throws a can of fish that's 2 times bigger than a house cat. I didn't realize that my my fish model was so big. Sorry. Hey, there we go. More diamonds. Hey, easy work. All right, are there any more hidden? Any more diamonds hidden around these parts? Wow, we're already at 28 diamonds. That is awesome. I love this game so much. I love this game. It's not fishing, but it sure is still fun doing the mindless tasks, like the regular grinding and stuff. The early Minecraft game stuff. It's got quite a relaxing feel to it, unless you're dying, then that's maybe less than ideal, but it's still pretty cool. Hey, there we go. We got some more diamonds. Uh-oh, and we've got lava as well. Of course. Yeah, 8 more diamonds, and we should be good to move on. So we've got 2, 3, 7. No way, we actually got them. That's crazy. All right, that is so cool. Oh, and we've got an extra one here as well. All right, how many can we get from this? 12. All right, 12 diamonds. That is so cool. All right, so in total, we have 40 diamonds. I will absolutely say that's enough, and I am going straight back home. All right, so let's get ourselves our very first set of diamond armor. We're gonna do a little chest plate. We're gonna get a helmet, some little leggies, of course, and a little pair of shoes. All right, there we go. Surely that's new, right? I've seen armor before, but never armor toughness. Huh, which leaves us with 16 diamonds for our tools. I don't think I'm probably never gonna use a sword, so we're gonna go with a probably just one diamond pickaxe for now, for like silk touch and stuff, and then we're gonna make a diamond shovel, and then of course our axe for all of our wood and stuff, and we'll keep these extra 9 for duplicating the smithing template, if we ever find one, of course. All right, we finally got some diamond stuff. Now we get to go enchant it. However, we are not going to do it through the regular enchanting means. I know that's probably really weird, but I have fished up probably enough books now to use for applying and stuff through anvils and things. So we're gonna go grab up as many books as we can and start enchanting these things as best as we can. I think if we don't have very many books, I'm going to skip out on enchanting the chest plate, just because I know I'm going to be replacing it with an elytra once I get one of those. Okay. Oh, we've got these are our mending books as well. I forgot. We got 3 mending books from our little fishing trip, which means we have 9 extra on top of the 3 that we've already used. Oh, nice! No way! Our mending book has depth strider on it. That was the only enchantment that I couldn't find in my books so far. We're gonna have depth strider and mending, feather falling, unbreaking, and then protection 4, of course. Wow, look at these boots. Those are so good. All right, we're gonna put those on. Now we can do probably our shovel, or no, our pickaxe actually. That's important. We're gonna need our silk touch, of course, combined with our mending. We're gonna need unbreaking and efficiency. Ta-da! Our lovely little pickaxe. Wow, this one's so good as well. So we're gonna put on our respiration book, and then mending, of course, and then protection 4. All right, look at that. We've got fully protected boots and helmet. So we've got 27 levels left to make a perfect diamond pants. Can we do it? No, I put it on my chest plate. No, we were supposed to go on my legs. Oh, what a shame. It's okay, we'll try again. No. That's okay. All right, now I really feel professional. Oh, maybe I should make a shield as well. I feel like that's kind of important for being in the nether. Maybe I can afford to put protection on my leggings here before I go. 3 for protection 3, and 5 for protection 4. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Now we are maximum protection here. Lovely. And then we'll apply the mending as time goes on, as we get more levels through fishing and everything. We are fully protected now, thank goodness. Whoa, we're off to see the nether, the wonderful nether places. I'm so scared. I've actually got something to lose this time, so I feel much more scared than last time. We can do it, we can do it. So we need to be on the lookout for a bastion. That's all we need here. Just a bastion, then we can hopefully start looking out for the netherite template stuff. No, I'm on fire already. This is not going great. This has gone very poorly already. Ow. Oh wait, I forgot. I'm protected. This is fine. This is fine. This is okay. We're just gonna go mind our own business now. No way. Wait a second. I guess I actually I've already been to one. Did I I guess I just completely forgot. I went here in my last episode to try and get some warped wood, and I started pillaring towards wood, and it must have not been in my render distance or something. I just turned around. That is so cool. Look, this is my little tunnel here that I made last episode. Or was it in my first episode? I don't remember. Thank goodness. That just saves me a lot of time. I've already been to one. Now the question is, how do I get to a chest that has the thing on it? Oh, we've got a little chest right here as well. Okay, okay. Just need to be very careful. Very, very, very careful. Whoop, 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 whoop. What do we got? Anything? Nope, just some regular old stuff. Here, we'll put the helmet on so they don't hate us. It would appear that there is actually only 2 chests in this whole bastion. All right, I guess we'll go a different direction. That trail which we blaze. And ta-da! There's the other bastion. Gosh, apparently I think I'm blind because this is the same little warped forest that I was in my last little adventure I did, and I must have just blocked out the bastions because I didn't need them or something. But we've got ourselves a bastion finally. We just need to make sure that it's the right one that has the netherite template. I don't know if the other ones spawn with them in it, but I do know that the one I went to last time didn't have hardly any chests in it. So hopefully we will have better luck this time. And we'll do some looking around here. So we've got some striders with a saddle on. Hang on. Hello. I got sticks and stick here. Hey, little strider, come here. Come help me, please. I need your assistance. No way. This is so cool. No way this actually works. I could have done this to begin with. Oh, Sticks would be proud. Ow. Ta-da! Alright, what do we got? No. No. We just got netherite. Oh, okay. Well, I suppose just one piece is good. I'll take a little piece of ancient debris. Alright, alright. Surely these are the good ones, right? Surely these are the good chests. Come on, please. No. Lots of bone meal though. That's good. And for the last one. Oh no. Oh, finally. Oh my god. Thank you, game. Oh, thank you. I was really worried it wasn't gonna be in this bastion. There was no way I could find another one. This has taken ages. Oh, thank heavens. Okay. Maybe we can find another barrel around here somewhere before we go. All right, we are so leaving. All right, buddy, you ready? Here we go. Look at us go. I should have just taken Sticks with me this whole time to the nether. This is so much easier to traverse now that we've got our little strider friend, and we've got another little fortress here. Do I need another fortress? I don't think so. Oh no! Oh, oh no, 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 our baby strider, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Oh, I'm going home. Oh, I forgot I need netherite still. Dang it. Okay, alright, let's go see if we can go get some. We've got plenty of gold from the Bastion, so that's good at least. It's time to go digging for stuff. Now we're on 15, so we just dig straight forward and see if we can find anything. Oh, and there we go. My very first pieces. Oh, they're beautiful. Our big old fish scale blocks. I wonder if that's how ancient debris is made, is that they're just giant fossilized fish. Is that how the nether works? Big fossilized nether fish? Surely that makes sense. Yeah, they look like little fish scales, don't they? Look at that. Tell me that's not fish. All right, no more talking. We are going to start digging as much as we can for these little ancient fish debris. So, 2 seconds. And 1 hour later, we managed to get ourselves a whopping 20 pieces of ancient debris, little fish scales, although that isn't nearly enough for the full set of the armor and everything. That is all I've got time for, unfortunately. So we've got 22 future netherite scraps. So I think we're going to try to upgrade our pickaxe, our shoes, and our helmet. That seems like a good place to start. Oh, there's my half-finished home. I've never been so glad to be back. All right, first things first is we need to start smelting up our little fish debris and then try and make it into the netherite ingots. So we're gonna need a smithing table. Gotta go make one of those very quickly. Do I even remember how to make a smithing table? I think it's four wooden planks with two iron on top, right? There we go. I did remember. Now we've got to duplicate our smithing template. How do we duplicate these? Yeah. Okay. There we go. I can only make one piece of netherite stuff with this. That's okay. I think I'll probably go mend up my diamond pickaxe, and then I'll turn that into a netherite one, just to make my mining and stuff a little bit easier. Or my shovel. I do go through a lot of sand. This has been a crazy episode so far. We have done so much progress, and we only made like one little building, which was very fun still. Or do we do we count big old pieces of like sand stuff as a structure, or is that like that's something else? Either way, I had an absolute blast, except for when we lost the strider. That was a little sad. It wasn't sticks, by the way. We still have sticks around here somewhere. There they are. There's our little sticks over there. That was just a random strider that I found at the Bastion. I do feel very bad, and it's my own fault too. Do not drive while distracted. This has been a really good day so far, though, despite the loss of the little strider. I do think we're gonna do the netherite stuff in the next video, because I have unfortunately already run out of time. So I think I'm gonna go over here and do a little bit of fishing. With that, I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. In today's video, I am going to be so busy. I've got quite a lineup of things that I need to start on for this video, including a bunch of fishing, of course, as our very first bit of business, because I'm in a very fishing mood, which I'm not surprised of, honestly. I mean, that's pretty much all I do in my videos is fishing, which I am sorry for, by the way. So what are we doing in today's video? Well, other than fishing and stuff, of course, there are a couple of things that I really want to do. Starting, of course, with fully upgrading our armor and stuff, and as well as all of our tools and everything, because I have a lot of different resources that I need to start gathering for some future builds and stuff. And by future, I do, of course, mean probably in this video. I need a lot of different resources for things. So we've got to go get some diamonds and stuff. We've got to upgrade all of our tools to netherite and make everything look very pretty. I do also think it's worth mentioning that in between our videos and stuff here, we have been in the underground doing a little bit of mining. So we do have some of the diamonds needed for the netherite upgrade thingies. But if it's 7 diamonds per one, I don't think I have nearly enough for this, but we will see what we can get with what we've got here so far. Okay, so I currently have 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of diamond tools. So we're gonna need 8 of these. What can we do? Oh, I need another rack as well. So we've got 8 templates now. This is good. But I don't think we actually have enough netherite scraps now to do this. It was very close, but I could only make 5 of the netherite ingots. Oh wow, these look lovely. Wow, I've never seen them in LANOSTRY's resource pack before. That's beautiful. These look so good. All right, so we've got our little netherite scraps, which means we just need to combine these in our little smithing table, which is I think it's downstairs. Okay, so all we gotta do is transfer these little netherite ingots onto all of our armor and our tools and stuff. I just wish I knew more about like MBT tags or whatever. And ta-da! There's our cool little thing. Oh, it's so beautiful. This is gonna be really helpful for me worrying about going to the nether and stuff. I always go in there and I've always got this little pit in my stomach, knowing that if I die, I'm gonna burn all my stuff or something. So it's really nice having the netherite stuff finally. So now we've got to do our armor. So we'll do our helmet first, and then our boots, of course, and then our little leggies and our chest plate. Ta-da! Let's go. We got the achievement as well. I forgot about that one. Cover me in debris. All right, so now we just gotta put it all on, And equip our pickaxe. Wow, look at us. We're so protected. Oh wait, no we're not. Sorry. Almost. I still gotta do my chest plate and my leggings here. I gotta upgrade these two. Here, let's grab some books real quick and we'll do that. 1 and 2 mending books. Oh wait, there we go. That's perfect. This one's got unbreaking and mending on it. Lovely. That's perfect. We don't need this one anymore. There is our leggies. And then there's our chest plate. Is it gonna be super expensive to do our tools and stuff, upgrading and everything? Oh, we lost our anvil. We did make another one. We had a little bit of iron left over in our little shelf here. So we made another anvil and we did apply efficiency 5 to our little shovel here. I've wanted to do this since I started Minecraft, but I didn't know anything about like data packs or resource packs or anything. So I didn't know how to change the name of the enchantment, but I finally did. I finally got it figured out. So we've got efficiency 5 and unbreaking 3 on our lovely little diamond shovel here, as well as efficiency 4 on our netherite pickaxe. I wanted to put efficiency 5 on the pickaxe, but it's 20 levels and I do not have that. So I reckon we could go do some fishing and stuff now. I've put this off way too long already. It's been over a whole day. And I haven't started fishing yet, so we desperately need to get started on that. We're gonna go over to our lovely little lake here, and I think we're gonna do a bunch of fishing over here. I think, as usual, I will give myself a total of 3 whole days of uninterrupted fishing to see how many we can catch. And I know at the end of our last episode, we were around about the 17,000 mark. So we'll see how much we can catch, and we're just gonna jump straight into fishing. So. 2 seconds. And by 2 seconds, I do of course mean it's been 3 weeks now. It's been 3 weeks I haven't played. And if you saw the community post, you definitely know why. However, things are looking much better now. Our little kitty is doing a full recovery. They're drinking and eating, and they're looking very lovely. So I've just got them on my lap right now, and we're doing just a little bit of recording, just a little bit of bonding time, a little bit of fishing. Wait, isn't that what that's what parents are supposed to do, right? they go fishing. Although I guess in this case it is a cat that was fishing with, but we were not able to do the regular 5,000 fish. I'm pretty sure at the end of our last video we were at the 17,000 mark, and after 3 weeks I only was able to get to the 22,138. So I guess that's pretty good, but for 3 weeks I should have been able to catch around about the 15,000 mark. I think is where I usually would stand for 3 weeks. I haven't touched this game in a long time. I've been very busy, so I am sorry. That being said, however, welcome back from the little fishing time lapse. I know it's a little shorter than normal. It was very, very hard to find the time to get any editing done, so a lot of that footage was from the first 3 days that I gave myself about 3.5 weeks ago now, so it's quite outdated, but that's okay. I am still excited to be here and to do some building and stuff for today's video, which I'm still not exactly sure what it is I'm gonna be doing, but there are quite a few things that I want to do. I just don't know which one of those I have time for. I think maybe I'll stick with the little Manian's idea of the little bottle over by where the nether portal is. I know that doesn't have anything to do with the actual game Songs of the Shore, but I do really like the idea. So I really want to try and work on something related to what the little Manian said. And if I recall correctly, that it's been a little while since I've been here, so I've got a little bit of a loss on the details, but I can remember the cool ideas, of course. So we have this little nether portal over here, and it's underwater, right? I made it out of a ruined portal that I found. Wait, I called it by its name for the first time. There, finally. Wow, I always have struggled calling it a ruined portal. I always called it like a frozen ocean nether temple or something. Just whatever that was on the top of my head. Anyway, we have a little nether portal over here under the water because I used a ruined portal as the base, right? That was the one that I just happened to find that was nearly complete, but it's underwater, right? And that's not very ideal for another portal. So we got a comment from the little Manian saying that we could put it inside of like a bottle. Kind of like a ship in the bottle, and I thought that was a really great idea. Minus the ship, of course, because I don't know if that would fit properly. Although it would be really cool having a ship in a bottle with another portal inside of it. I just don't know I don't know how I would be able to do that, given that sailing ships they're huge. So I don't know how big this bottle would have to be. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna try and do for today's video. We're going to start trying to gather up some resources for whatever this big old bottle is gonna be, which I have no clue at all what this possibly could look like. But I do know I probably want it to be green, right? Because sea glass is typically green whenever you find it, like when you're walking on the beach and stuff. Maybe it could be like a big old grape juice bottle. That'd be really cute. Maybe we could work on that. So I think what can my plans be? I know that since it's a big old bottle in the ocean, it needs to be probably partially buried in the actual ground itself for it to make sense to not have water inside of it and still be underwater, right? Otherwise it would just be floating. Maybe we could have the top of the bottle sticking out of the water as like the entrance way. I don't know how to do portal. What portal decoration? Well, I don't know how to do that. Never made portal rooms before. Never done anything like that. So it's all gonna be very made up. Maybe I could do like a floating little portal just like inside the bottle. There's a lot for me to try and think about here. I really don't know what's gonna happen, but that's the plan. We're going to make a little bottle from the little manian comment. Maybe it could be a grape juice one. I'm probably gonna have to work on the design because I don't have anything in mind right now. I am gonna do a little bit of fishing though first, and while we're doing our fishing and stuff, we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there is our lovely little grape juice bottle. It is so cute. It is so cute. I love it so much. Also, I had the thought to maybe we can make ourselves a little harness over here for our happy guest, and we can give him a little purple harness, and we can name them Grape. I know that probably doesn't make much sense, but I thought it would be really fun. So we've got our lovely little happy guest here, whose name is going to be Grape. We're gonna give them a little harness, and we have a big old grape juice bottle. This has been an interesting couple of weeks already for me so far. I will say that definitely. So first off, this grape juice was originally inspired by a video game called Dark Chronicle, or Dark Cloud 2 if it's the American version. And there's these little guys inside of an area called Sindane, and they're called Furbits. They're just these little guys, and they love grape juice. So I had to Google what the grape juice bottle looked like from the game, and I tried to model it in the game, and it didn't work out so great because the grape juice bottles are green, right? Which is why I was saying before that I would try to make the grape juice bottle green. However, green glass does not look good at all. Like it messed it up so badly. I had to remove it fully. So we just changed it to light gray glass for the time being. Permanently actually. So we are good to go. We're gonna go check it out now. We're gonna go look at the grape juice bottle. Also, while it was also inspired for the most part by Dark Cloud 2, because I have been playing it recently, I only took interest in the grape juice bottle from Dark Cloud because I know Fallowfoot also really loves grape juice. So I thought, well, I could make big old grape juice. I thought that'd be fun. Kind of a mixture of recommendations of the sort. We've got the little manians portal in a bottle, and then we have the grape juice because Fallow is such a good supporter. And I also do know that this is an interesting build to have in a world that's mostly dedicated to like water and like ocean stuff. To just have a giant grape juice bottle in the middle of the ocean is so weird. But who cares? I could do it. Free will. Right? Yeah. Anyway, this is our portal room. We've got a little entrance over here on the cork of the bottle, and we've got another entrance on the bottom down here that's inside the water, which is actually the only entrance. This one is the exit. So it's like the elytra pad for when I leave or whatever. So we'll come back to this. I'll show that in a second. So here is our lovely little entrance. We just go through these two gates right here. We don't have to close them. None of the water gets in. So here is our little portal room. It's very green. It's very purple. I tried to incorporate some sort of like a grape vineyard inside of this place, which is a weird thing to do, but that's fine. I think it's cool. So we've got all kinds of vines. We've got our little grape plants, our what are they called? The vineyards. So we've got a few of them over here, and then we've got the backside over here, which is what I had intended to be the main entrance, by the way. It was originally going to be you'd come down the bubble chute right here, and then boom, here's your entrance, nice and wide open. And we've also got a big old grape cluster as our actual portal. You can't see it because it's being covered up by a bunch of stuff, but you can see it through the glass here. Look, we've got a big old grape on the bottom down there. Got a couple grapes over here on the corners. And we've got these ones up here. And then the big old grape in the middle, which is our nether portal. And I think it fits so cute. It fits so cute here. Big old grape portal. That is so weird. I love it, and I had a great time building this. I added as much purple as we could. We got glazed terracotta as our, like, mashing for the grape juice, right? You step on it, don't you, like, squish berries or stuff with your feet? Doesn't sound great, but I know it's somebody does it somewhere. So we've got a couple of those, a couple of glazed terracottas here with our cute little carpets that I usually do. And, oopsie. I did really have a good time with building this, and I did the glass effect to make it look like this is grape juice, where you layer the glass on top of each other to give like that fog effect the further it goes down. Very cool, very fun. Oh wait, I gotta do the exit. I gotta show the exit. Here we go. So we just whoop. We just pop right out the top, and then we've got a little door here, and the tiniest balcony for if we get an elytra, which moves us on to the very next part of this video. I am sick and tired of being stuck on the ground. I have been stuck on the ground for a while now since I stopped playing Fishcraft. So that is our goal for the rest of this video. We are going to set out on an adventure to go and get ourselves our very first pair of elytra for this little series here. Which is just in time, because I've got a lot of vertical height I need to be traversing in the upcoming episodes and stuff. So we've got a few things that we need to do, starting with obtaining the little ender things that you throw to find the portal room, right? So we're gonna need blaze powder, we're gonna need ender pearls, we're gonna need a whole bunch of stuff. Maybe even a couple of potions for like slow falling and stuff, just in case the dragon decides it wants to completely throw me. So we're gonna get started on collecting up some of that stuff, and 2 seconds. Alright, we've got the blaze powder and a couple pearls, so I think we're good to start heading back to our lovely little house and see if we can start looking for the little portal and stuff. I just got back. This is my first time using my actual portal. I love it so much. Oh, it's very purple as well, so I guess it's very matching of the nether theme. Let's make a few of the ender pearls. Look how crazy these look. That looks so cool. They kind of have a grape vibe going on. Why do I see grapes everywhere? Why have I got grape? I've got grape on the brain, I guess. Speaking of grape, here's our cute little ghast. Boop. All right, let's throw our very first Eye of Ender and see what we can get here. I have no clue how close or far this is gonna be, but here's for hoping for the best. All right, this direction. So we'll just go really far. That's fine. Turns out throwing the ender pearls while on top of the ghast doesn't really work out so well. They're very slow. You can't catch it in time. I feel like there's a saying for this. It's about the journey, not the destination. I don't know. Something like that. Wow, this area is actually kind of pretty. Although I guess that's to be expected for me to say. I spent like a year and a half almost on a jungle biome next to a beach and stuff. So it reminds me of home. All right, that is enough talking for now. We are going to go. We're just gonna go until we find ourselves our lovely little place, which is this direction. We've got a big journey ahead of us. Okay, I guess it's a roundabout in this location, so I reckon we're going to park our little grape over here on the beach, and we're just gonna dig straight down. Surely digging straight down has never caused any issues before, especially in Minecraft. No, nothing like that. Oh, there we go. Let's go, we are here. All right. Ooh, we got a library as well. Not that I really need anything from here. We've got all the books we could possibly want. Oh, we've got efficiency, looting 3. All right. These are all good things. Luck of the sea, efficiency. Wow, these are actually really good books. Ooh, we've got paper. We've got an arbor trim. I forgot about these. No way. That is so cool. No way. There it is. We finally found it. Nice. Let's just get rid of that before it causes any issues. We've got one in the portal already. Not a problem. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, this is so cool. I'm so nervous. It's been a long time since I fought the Ender Dragon. It's been a long time, but it's okay. We will try our best. All right, so we need to get straight up to the dragon. Can we Ender Pearl this one? Oh no way! I didn't know Ender Pearls could blow them up. That is so cool. Oh, I love it. This is so fun. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. No. I just got full radius blasted by that thing. That's rough. Oh no. Not a problem. There's not a problem. Everything's fine. Okay, now everything's fine. That was an experience. It was so fun. I loved that. All right. Back on track. Here we go. Woo! All right, there we go. That's all the crystals taken care of, which means we can fully defeat the Ender Dragon. That is so cool. I genuinely, I was not expecting to be able to beat them. Although I will admit, I did die, but that's okay. I did my best, and, well, I guess technically I did kill myself, didn't I? I don't really care too much about losing any levels or anything like that. I don't really need them too much as it is. I will tell you what I do need quite a bit, though. It is these wings that are up there. And maybe a few shulker boxes as well. That actually would be very helpful now that I think about it. I've got a lot of stone I need to gather, so we're gonna go grab our little wings now. All right, we've got 14, and... No, put me down. Put me down, please. All right. I think 14's gonna have to work for now. So what is that? 6 shulker boxes we can make now? We just need to get over to the little ship here, and we are good to go. All right. Well, we've got some ender pearls. What if we go up here? Here, let's just... Oh. Okay, well, hey, there we go. I guess this works out perfect. We can just go over here now. Potions of healing. Oh, thank you. I'll take it. I don't have any more food anyway, so this is fine. This is fine. And there's our lovely little wings. Oh, they're beautiful. Oh, and some mending pants. Wow, look at these. I could have gone here before I got all my netherite stuff. And ta-da! Let's go. We finally have one. We finally got our wings. Oh, no longer am I bound to the floor. I can fly. All right, what's in this chest? We got anything? Iron horse armor, some beetroot seeds. I need those. I don't have any beetroots quite yet. I'm so happy I can fly. Literally. All right, now we just need to try and find another ship. There's 2 ships here. No way. All right, here we go. And we go in here, and we do got wings. Let's go. We got more wings. Oh, now I'm hungry. I want some chicken wings. More beetroot seeds. Yes. A diamond spear. That's actually so cool. That is so cool. That's a shame I already have a silk touch pickaxe though. This is a good one. Wow, there's so much good stuff here. Amending efficiency 3. I like this. Here, let's take use of my bundle. And we've got our second pair of wings. Always good to have a backup. That is very important. So, all right, let us see. Can we find any little portals? I think I'm gonna try... I'm just gonna go back where I came from. Probably we'll go this direction here. No way, there we go. That's perfect. We got one right here. Nice. Can I make it? Can I make it? Ooh. Ta-da! And we're on the way back home. We finally beat the game. Or at least, you know, in Minecraft's sense of beating the game, that is. Anyway, I got some fishing to do. It is so nice to finally have a pair of wings. I feel I finally feel completed. I never liked the wings all that much up until I started Fishcraft, and now I really love them. They just make everything so much more convenient than normal, and I'm so happy I've got 2 pairs. I do still need to enchant them and stuff with the books that I've got. I've got quite a few mending books I still have left as well, and we're probably gonna catch a few more on the in-betweens of the video. However, I think I have just about run out of time for today's video. We did a lot of different things. We definitely did reach our 5,000 mark for the specific video, but we definitely are behind on fishing already. We should have been nearly nearly 40,000 is what I should have been at, but I'm only at what, 20 something? 22,147. Not nearly enough, but that is a-okay with me. And with that, I have just about run out of time for today's video. So I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. In today's video, we have a bunch of different things that we need to get started on. With, of course, the very first bit of business for today is a bunch of fishing, because I have been quite lacking on the fish caught for this week, as well as a few other bits and bobs, of course. But we're gonna have to get started on that stuff after the fishing and everything. What are these bits and bobs, you might be asking? Well, it has been a little while since I got my last Echo, so I am hoping to get started on the journey for our second one here pretty soon. However, that is gonna require an extreme amount of resources. Mostly just stone to start with, but I've got to get a whole bunch of other stuff in between all that, of course. And also, I completely forgot, we've got our little elytra now. We got our little wings, so maybe we can set up some sort of a sugarcane farm or some sort of bit of redstone so that we can make our rockets and stuff. I really want to fly, so that's what we've got planned for today. We're gonna do a whole bunch of fishing. We're going to hopefully get started on the construction of the stuff that we're going to need for the second Echo, as well as a few little redstone machines. You know, a part of me feels like it would be a really good idea to make the redstone machines before I do the fishing, so that they're kind of running in the background, but I'll be honest, I don't really care. I really want to go fishing now. So we're just going to jump straight into the fishing part, so 2 seconds. Welcome back from the tiny little fishing break. This has been an amazing 3 days so far of just fishing, and by the end of our last episode, we were at a whopping 22,000 fish caught. So after an entire 3 days of just fishing, we are now at a total of 26,508 fish caught. I think that's pretty good for it being already quite a busy week for me. So I didn't have nearly as much time to do my fishing and stuff, but I did do my best. That's not to say that there's not going to be more fishing this week. That's just all I've got time for the beginning. And with all of the fishing stuff out of the way temporarily, I think we're good to move on to the redstone stuff that we need to do for today, because I really need some rockets. I really need some rockets, especially for the projects that we've got planned for today. Doing some flying and stuff would definitely be helpful. So I really think the only farm that I'm going to be needing to set up for all of this is really just the sugarcane one, right? And those are historically pretty easy to make, right? So I'm gonna try to make one of them just off the top of my head, and hopefully it goes well. So for this specific little sugarcane farm that I want to try to build, I know that I'm going to be needing a little bit of mud to have the hoppers and stuff over the top of, or the mud on top of the hoppers, rather. So we're gonna need some dirt, we're gonna need a little bit of mud, and then the regular redstone components, of course, which I am pretty sure I do have the resources for these upstairs. I sure do. There we go. We're a bit lacking on the iron department, so we're gonna do a little bit of mining for that very quickly, just to pick up a couple more, to grab some hoppers and stuff. I don't remember even the correct Y level for mining to get the most amount of iron and stuff, but I think it's 25. That's the one I've been using for a while, so that's the one I'm gonna stick with. Y25 is probably 15, isn't it? Isn't it the higher you go upwards, the more common the iron is? Is that how that works? Oh, there we go. I guess we're in the right spot. Nice. Oh, I should have brought my fortune pickaxe with me. I still can. I can go grab it once I've collected this all with my silk touch. Not a problem. Not a problem. I just realized this actually is what I have to do later in the episode as well for my big mega project that I've got planned, or at least it's not gonna be done in today's video. It's gonna be started in today's video rather. I also am realizing I kind of would like to use a beacon for the first time ever. Maybe just to do some sort of like excavation or something and get like a bunch of stone. I've never used beacons before. I mean, I've activated one, but I've never utilized them. So maybe we could do that as well. Already up to 9 pieces. That is lovely. I mean, we got iron over there. I just need to really not get lost. Here, we'll take all of this and we'll go back. Oh, hello. And just a bunch of diamonds down here. Nice. Just peacefully mining coal. Just stumble into diamonds. I'll just be taking these. Also, LANOSTRY did such a great job on the ore textures as well. There's more diamonds over here. What the heck is going on? Why are they just giving me all the things I need? That is so cool. Thank you, game. All right. I'm gonna say a stack and 13 is good. I just needed a few hoppers. I don't know why I'm still down here. It's good to know that we have it though, just in case I need to come back. And with that, we are good to go home. Oh, we've got so many good things. Look at all this. The coal for me is especially useful because I currently have a data pack that makes it to where you can get gunpowder from just throwing the coal into a furnace. So if you use coal to cook coal, you get gunpowder. And this makes it to where I don't have to kill any of the creepers to actually be able to make rockets. Now this is incredibly inefficient and takes a lot longer than making an actual creeper farm, but I don't like hurting the creepers. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. Next up on our list is a little bit of nether quartz, which I do think I have some of. Yeah, there we go. I've got plenty from when I did my netherite mining, which means the only thing left on our list for the redstone stuff is to break down all of this ore and stuff into the raw form, which we can do with our lovely little iron pickaxe here named Parko, because I don't have a netherite version for fortune pickaxe quite yet. I've just got the silk touch one, which is fine. Oh, that reminds me. I really wanted an ender chest. I don't have one of those yet either. I do got some shulker boxes, which I don't have on me. Nice. That's fine. Inventory doesn't look bad anyway, so all right, we're gonna start breaking all this stuff up, and we're gonna see what we can get from 1 stack and 14, or sorry, 25. And there we go. 3 stacks and 30. That's pretty good. I'll take it. Now we just need to cook up all of the resources and then figure out where and how we're going to make this little sugarcane farm. Oh, I wonder if it would also be beneficial if I made like a maybe some form of like a moss farm or a bamboo farm for like making an auto smelter of the sorts or something like that. I've never actually made these bone meal things or like bamboo stuff before, so I don't know how these things work, but I do really want to try and figure out how. I've been doing lots of coding and stuff recently. Oh, I forgot to mention I am making a little game. Just a cute little top-down pixely game, but it's still pretty fun. I've been doing a lot of that, so I feel like it'd be pretty cool to try and understand a little bit more redstone. I actually am feeling quite in a fishy mood again, so I have an idea. So I'm gonna finish cooking up all these resources and stuff, and then we are going to jump straight into a little time lapse of me building the redstone little pieces underground, which is, I'm pretty sure that's where I want them to be. We'll see how that goes through the time lapse. But we're gonna build some stuff. We're gonna do a little sugarcane farm. Maybe we'll try out one of the other ones. Maybe a little automatic bamboo collector. It should be the same as the sugarcane one, right? Maybe just put it in a little auto crafter so we can get blocks that we could use for fuel, maybe? I don't know. But we're gonna do that, and then we're going to also do a time lapse of gathering up the crazy amounts of stone that we're gonna need. So this is gonna be a really big time lapse, because at the very end of it all, we are still going to do a bunch of fishing. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into doing a bunch of building and everything. And welcome back from the little fishing stuff, except unfortunately, I said fishing, but I meant to say building. I didn't actually get any fishing done. What a terrible time to live. That's okay. So it has been a very productive couple days already. So we've got this whole section here completely mined out for just a very small little fraction of the stone that we're going to be needing for our project today, which unfortunately we don't even have very much time for. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay out like a basic frame, and I'll probably call it good there. But this is how much stone we've got. We've got 2 shulker boxes here completely filled, and then this one that just barely started getting filled. So we've got what, 4.5 stacks here? Not much stone, but that is totally fine. I'm realizing stone is not difficult to really get. This didn't take too long at all for me to mine out in my free time. I just wish I was able to actually do some fishing in the past couple days, but that is, unfortunately, I didn't have the time for it. What a weird world to live in right now, where I did not fish so that I could build redstone stuff and do a bunch of resource gathering. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. I still had a great time doing like redstone and things. So first thing with this redstone bit, it is very simple. It's all easy stuff that I'm sure a lot of people know already. But I don't know much about redstone, and I really didn't want to have to Google anything. So this was all me just doing my best to try and understand how this stuff actually works. You'll probably see it in the time lapse, but I did struggle quite badly for the first bit to try and understand how the positioning and stuff of the observers to pistons worked. And I think I got it in the end. I think this works properly. And since we've got the mud and stuff underneath with all of the hopper chains, it should be, for the most part, a lossless sugarcane farm, which I don't know if that even means much. Honestly, this thing is so inefficient that it doesn't matter if I lose any anyway. So we've got 3 tiles of this little sugarcane farm to be made. So we've got the mud with the sugarcane on top, and then whenever it grows past this one observer here, the pistons fire and it breaks it all, and then it gets picked up from the bottom here by a hopper chain that goes from here all the way over to our tiny little storage system here. And it's fairly inefficient, but I don't really care. I mean, I don't need much sugarcane anyway, and this thing I feel like is really gonna start shining whenever I am doing my fishing and stuff. So this thing is gonna be running like 30-40 hours a week, honestly. I do feel like that this was quite easy for me to build. However, there is a bamboo farm that I'm actually quite interested in. I don't remember where I saw it or how I saw it, but I know that it works through a flying machine or something like that. And I'm wondering, could I make one of those in like a one chunk border kind of thing? Like just one single chunk, have a little bamboo growing platform, right? Then over time, as it grows, like it'll have an observer at the tippity top where bamboo like reaches its max height, and then that'll send a flying machine at the bottom across to break all of the bamboo and stuff. I don't know how that works. I don't know how to make flying machines, or if that even is what they are. But I saw one of those a couple of years ago, and I feel very intrigued by it. I want to try something, but I don't even know where to start. I feel like I would have to Google how to make a flying machine, right? Because I know those are very specific, right? So that I don't think I could just make one of those without any prior knowledge on them. So maybe I'll Google flying machine, and then I'll try to figure out how to actually do the little bamboo thing. However, that is also going to be a next video. I just am talking. But we've also got some rain here, so we're gonna jump straight into a tiny little fishing break. I really need this anyway. There's too much redstone, too many things going on. I just need to fish for a second. 2 seconds. And with the rain gone, I think we are good to go and get started on trying to put together our very basic frame for what it is we want to do for our mega base, which, yes, I think I am gonna say it now, this does feel quite mega. Now that I'm really thinking about it. So I also don't know if I've mentioned even what it is I'm gonna be doing. So for my second echo, I think the requirements would be to make one humongous mountain, but I also want it to feel like it's part of the island, right? So I think over time, I'm going to decorate it and make it feel a bit more like it's actually part of the island. But for now, since it's going to be so big, I think the first thing that I need to do is try and just rough out the shape and then fill it all in with stone, and then Once I think that's fully complete, then we'll go through with our grass and our texturing and the sandy bits and the trees, and it's gonna be really cool. But first things first is we need to actually get the shape started. So we're gonna need to start popping down some stone and start roughing out the shapes of this big old mountain that we're gonna try and build. And to make life just a little bit easier, I think we're going to make a few of the flight duration 3 rockets just to help me out in the building process in case I fall off and stuff. So we have now a total of 54 flight duration 3 rockets. And I cannot be happier. We're finally gonna be able to fly everywhere. Also, brown sheep. Wow, I don't see brown sheep very often. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do, so we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there it is. There is our lovely little mountain outline. It looks a little underwhelming right now, but that is really because it is just a big ol' outline of what it is I'm trying to do here. So all I did was I went through on all 4 of the directions here, and I made a big old line going up to where I would like the peak to be. So we did also, after that, we did a bit of a perimeter. So we've got the full circle around the mountain for about how big I want it to be. So this also is going to be pieces of like beach and stuff all connecting up to this little mountain. So not all of this will be mountain, it'll just be mostly the middle bits and stuff. Also, I did make sure to save a time-lapse of it, just in case anybody wanted to see it. So here it is in the little time-lapse form. It's not very interesting, that's why I just did the little spin transition, but it's okay. I hope you like it. There are still a whole lot more time-lapses to come with this mountain. This is not going to be a 1 or 2 episode project. I will say that right now. This is going to be... I definitely would consider this a mega base with just how much I have to do, which is why it also is going to be one of the echoes that I need to obtain. Because I don't know if I've mentioned it so far, but this is going to be like an entire mountainscape. Like I'm wanting to have like bits of snow and stuff on the very tippity top over there. Just a little bit of snow, not too much. Just a little bit of that white on the top, just to show that it's got like some scale to it. And then along the outer edges here, there's going to be a singular path, which is actually which is what I started right here. This is going to be a little hiking path that you can take that'll wrap all the way around the mountain. And it'll kind of like spiral upwards until you've reached the peak. And I thought that would be a very cool thing to do. Just whenever you're just walking around, you've got a little mountain path to walk through. So after we place in all of the stone, our next objective would be to go back through with like coarse dirt and grass, and we're gonna try to liven up the area by doing like little cliff edges and like little pieces of grass overhangs and little places to sit. We're gonna decorate the entire path upwards. And then of course my absolute favorite part of terraforming, which is the shoreline that's gonna wrap all the way around the entire thing front to back. It is all going to be fully decorated, or at least in terms of like like, you know, natural stuff. We're gonna have beach flowers, we're gonna have the little tiny palm trees all over the place, big palm trees all over the place. Maybe we could add a couple of ships, because you know I really love building boats and everything. So we're going to have lots of that stuff all around it. And the entire perimeter is going to hopefully, by the end of it all, look a little bit like this with its like sand and stuff. Except, of course, more palm trees and more like grass and stuff like this. But wrapped all the way around the entire mountain, which is, I think, the plan for the foreseeable future. And then once we're done with the mountain, we'll go through and we'll add some finishing touches to the island, and we'll put some more bigger trees, maybe a couple of different of the variations of the spruce trees that we've got here, maybe some that are actually made of spruce wood instead of netherrack, because that was a bit of an oopsie on my part. That was way too difficult to obtain for just a few trees. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I've still got a bunch of other stuff I need to do here as well. I know that since I do have this one echo here, I need to start making a place where I can put them, and I keep on putting it off because I've been really distracted by all the other stuff we have planned. So it's hard for me to try to stick to one thing, but I definitely think I will start working on a lovely little podium area while I'm doing the stone filling bits. Like I'll do like for a video, I could do a couple of time lapses of me just putting in pieces of stone here. Maybe between me doing all of that, I can try and plan out a nice little spot for our echoes. I think that sounds fantastic. And also, I'm so excited for Hightail. I'm so excited. The game doesn't have fishing quite yet, but there are a bunch of fish in the game, so I guess I've got some form of an objective coming into it. So hopefully on the day of release, I will be tinkering away on some hightail shenanigans, trying to figure out how the fish and everything work. It will be vanilla though. If I play, I like mods, but only like quality of life mods, like the one like the simply no shading mod that I have. That's about it, really. Otherwise, I'm a vanilla gamer for sure. Ooh, unless they've got some good fishing. Unless they've got some good fishing mods, in which case I'll probably try those out if I'm really bored. Either way, I'm very excited, and I don't have an avatar, unfortunately, for hightail, so I probably am gonna have to use a regular default skin or whatever those are. I need to get the Cursebreaker edition as well. That's gonna be so cool. Gonna be playing hightail within a week. That is crazy to think about. Anyway, enough hightail talk. I'm just gonna keep on going if I don't stop. I actually really want to try doing one or two more tiles of the sugarcane, and then maybe in a future episode I can make like a tree farm or something, so that I can more automate the process of burning coal to get gunpowder, which is a lot more difficult than making a creeper farm. And a whole lot more inefficient, but I genuinely, I can't hurt the creepers. I know this is a weird thing, but I hope that's okay. Anywho, I want to make a few more of these tileable sugarcane sets here, just to really drill home that I'm gonna have enough paper for these firework rockets. Now, I don't know if it's paper that's really the issue. I know it's gonna be gunpowder, but maybe I can also install a bone meal thing that turns all the extra sugarcane into bone meal. I'm not really sure. Oh, maybe we can do moss farm as well. I'll figure it out. But in the meantime, I'm going to get started. So 2 seconds. Significantly more than 2 seconds later, I have made an abomination. I tried really hard to make a functioning kelp farm, but I don't think I quite grasp how to do that properly. So the first thing I did was I replicated this, but then realized that the kelp and stuff would just flow upwards, right? So I would need an extra space on the front for where the pistons would push the kelp. So I made it to where there's a bunch of signs here that create this air gap, and then all of the kelp drops into this little pocket down here, and that works a little bit. I've run into an issue where the kelp that gets broken from the pistons firing just floats up to the top where this sign is here, and then it just sits there. And I don't really know how to fix that, except for maybe by putting like a hopper minecart on top of something somewhere. But I don't have much verticality here, so I don't know how to do that either. So I've kind of hit a standstill with the kelp farms here, and I don't know quite how to fix this properly. So I think this is just gonna be as good as it is, honestly. I should not have made this, but I still had a great time building it. I just wish it functioned properly. Oh, actually, let me check. Does it even work? Am I getting anything down here? I sure am. Look at that. 17 kelp. Hey, that's pretty good. Oh, am I kidding? Of course, that's terrible. Did I get more sugarcane? Yeah, okay, I got more sugarcane though. Nice. We got, oh nice, it's about a stack already for all of them. That's pretty cool. I could maybe make a few more of these, but I'll be honest, I really want to go back to fishing now. It has been a lot of redstone and a lot of building with the stone and everything, so I think I'm going to go straight back into the mines and start gathering up even more stone for the mountain in the next episode, because I actually used every single piece of stone I had for this. I don't have any more. Oh wait, I got 1 stack. That's right. Cool. Well, I guess we'll place that later. Let's jump straight back into mining a bunch of stone, and then afterwards I'm gonna go back to fishing. So 2 seconds again. This is a very grindy episode, isn't it? This is pretty cool. And we are back just as soon as it starts raining. That is convenient. Oh, I just missed a few of these. Dang it. Wow, we have mined quite a bit of stone today. We did only get about 1 shulker box of the actual stone. The rest of it was the granite and the diorite and stuff. I don't know exactly if I'll be needing to use any of that stuff, but I do suppose it's good to have just in case. So we've got plenty of other stuff to work with as well, just in case we need to do some texturing of some sort. However, it is currently raining outside, which means it's time to go fish. Let's go! It's raining! We got a nice thunderstorm. Oh my gosh! I forgot that I made all this. Whoops, I've been underground for too long. Alright, well, I think I think I have just about, unfortunately, run out of time for today's video. So, I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is a lovely little survival series where I've given myself the goal of collecting 4 echoes so I can fully restore this island back to the way it originally was. And because it's been taking up so much of my time recently, I has been cutting into the fish caught amount that I usually would do per week. And that is, after all, the whole point of the series for me, is to just do a bunch of fishing and try and have a good time while I'm doing it. So, in today's video, I am going to be doing the most fishing I probably have ever done before. I'm going to be dedicating 5 days straight of uninterrupted fishing to trying to get my numbers back to where I feel like they should be. I don't know how well this is going to work. I mean, I've got lots of other stuff I need to do in between, but honestly, I might have to just put those off until maybe another episode, because I really just want to do a bunch of fishing. There has been way too much building and way too much planning and stuff for this, so I think for this week I'm just going to put away anything else I've got planned for this, and we are just going to jump straight into fishing. With our starting point being, what was it, 26,000 fish? That's where we're starting at. So without further ado, let us jump straight into fishing. 2 seconds. And welcome back from the little fishing time lapse. This certainly has been a very eventful week for me in terms of fishing. I definitely think this is the most fishing I've done. I haven't checked my numbers yet, but it sure feels like it. Yeah, 41 hours, 41 hours of footage from using flashback and stuff for this, which doesn't surprise me at all, honestly. I think the most fishing I'd done before was maybe around like 4 days or so straight, and that was about 8,000 fish caught. So at the end of our last episode, we were at 26,000 fish caught, and with an extra 5 days on top of that and 41 hours of fishing, we are now at 35,267 fish caught. No way. I'll take it. I definitely could have done more as well. But as you know, Hightail came out recently, and I did end up playing it for a couple hours. So I did miss out on a little bit of fish caught, but that's okay. Hightail is very fun, and there definitely is going to be lots of Hightail videos in the future for sure. Actually, I think my very next video is going to be a Hightail related one, because there is lots of different fish and stuff in Hightail. So I am going to be trying to put aside a bunch of time to try and learn how the game works with like its fishing mechanics and stuff. Even though it doesn't have an actual like fishing rod, I still think it would be very fun to try. So we're gonna try to get some mechanics and stuff understood about like the fishing traps and everything, and like the bait system. I don't really know, but it's gonna be really cool. And with that, we are good to move on to what we're gonna be doing in today's video, and that is going to be this big old mega mountain over here. So I've been very much hard at work on trying to figure out what it is I wanted to do for this little mountain here. And this is what we've got so far, is this big old outline of the general shape of what we want. And it looks really good so far. The scale is perfect, I think. It doesn't make the island feel too small or anything, and the mountain isn't too imposing either. So it is definitely a doable job. So what I think we're going to do in today's video is we are going to go and see if we can gather up as much stone as we possibly can to fully finish roughing in the actual shape of the mountain. So we've got just the outline. So now our job is to extend all of the stone and stuff all the way up to the top so that it's one solid structure. And then, of course, after that, we're going to be able to go through and do all the texturing and everything, and it's going to be really cool as well. Admittedly, though, I have no idea how to texture mountains or really any of this stuff. This is all just pretty much on the fly. I think the last time I did a texturing job for like big mountains and stuff was in my hardcore world. I had this little mountain behind my golden farm village where I had a bunch of little sheep and chickens that went up to the very top. Gosh, that was such a long time ago. Anyway, I tried texturing it and it was really bad and I didn't know how to do it. So hopefully this will redeem me from my past mistakes and it's gonna be so cool. However, what isn't gonna be cool is the amount of stone that I need for this. So we're gonna have to go gather a bunch more stone now. Which isn't a problem. We've got a nice little strip mine downstairs. I do really want to go back to fishing though. I don't know why. but I just want to go back to fishing. Maybe I could do a little bit of fishing in between my strip mining and stuff, because I have a lot of stone that I need to gather, and a bunch of other materials that I don't really know of quite yet, because I don't know how I'm going to texture this. I know I want to do a sort of a gradient, but only in like darker spots. So we're not going to do like a dark to light gradient. We're actually going to choose spots on the mountain where we think shadows would be gathering. So like little crevasses or like tiny little holes in the mountain here. We're not just going to have dark on the bottom, light at the top. It's going to be light all the way across, but with the darker spots inside like the little holes and stuff. I feel like that makes more sense, and it would make it look a little bit better. And then maybe we can dot just a little bit of snow around to show that it is a mountain biome after all. I mean, actually, it's a lukewarm ocean biome. Anyway, we have a lot of stone that we need to gather. How many shulker boxes do I need to fill up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shulker boxes of stone that we're gonna gather right now. Oh, my wrists are gonna hate me really bad for this, but that's okay. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into getting a bunch of stone and stuff. 2 seconds. Welcome back from the little stone gathering time lapse. This actually is a lot more tedious than I expected. I definitely think in the future I really want to get a beacon to hopefully make these sorts of endeavors just a little bit easier and a bit less time consuming, because this was hours of work, and I don't know if I have enough stone for this, but I did manage to get a few shulker boxes full, so it's gonna have to work for the time being. Like, what was that? Like 3 or 4 shulker boxes of stone. I kept on running into water, which was an issue, but it's totally okay as well. On the bright side, though, we did get a bunch of resources from this. So we've got all kinds of iron, we've got lots of lapis and coal, and a bunch of other random stuff that I don't know if we'll need straight away. But it is good to have a backlog and stuff of the ores and stuff. Oh, actually, I did mean to go through and do a bit of surface mining to gather the stuff off the tops here that I missed. I do sometimes wonder though if maybe I should be doing something with villagers. I might not be one for like capturing villagers and stuff like that, but I do feel like they would be very, very, very helpful, as well as a bunch of like redstone farms and stuff. As long as it doesn't rely on everything dying around me, I'm fine with using it. So if it's just like plants and stuff, I can do that. But if it's like iron farms, there's no can do. But I do see lots of zombie villagers when I do my fishing and stuff. So I'm wondering maybe if it would be beneficial for me to save them, and then maybe I can make like some areas for them, and then I could actually have some form of renewability or something without needing to go absolutely insane with the resource gathering and stuff. So maybe in the future we can get a nice little upgrade of moving to trying to use some form of villagers for something, and then maybe also getting a beacon. I really want a beacon, but I also don't want to hurt the wither skeletons, so I'm kind of at a bit of a standstill with the beacon. But we'll see. I really wish there was a way to get wither skeleton skulls without having to beat them up. I wonder if you can get them from the ancient city. Is it just regular skeleton skulls you can find there? That would be really cool. I could do some ancient city exploring and get some little wither skeleton skulls from there. That'd be nice. Probably would take a lot longer, but as long as I don't have to hurt anything, that is all that matters. Yeah, that and fish. All right. Now that we've got all of our stone, I think we are finally good to go and get started on starting to actually put some of this stone where it belongs on this little mountain here. I just really hope this doesn't take very long. It's certainly, what am I talking about? This clearly is gonna take forever. Can I even do this in 2 days? I sure hope so. We definitely gotta try. This is a lot of stone I gotta place. But if there is a will, there is definitely a way. So I think we're gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there we go. There is our lovely little mountain. This This was so difficult to do. My arm is in physical pain from the amount of stone that I've had to place in the past couple days. It is Saturday morning. It is 4 a.m. on Saturday, and I still haven't slept. Which means, what, this video will be up in about, what, 5 hours? 6 hours? Something like that. I've got a lot of work ahead of me. This is gonna be rough. So here is our lovely little mountain that we have spent the past couple of days putting together since our little twirl thing, and I think it looks really good. A lot of it is very random, very jagged little pieces of just stone and like spikiness, and it does look a little funny. But I do think it is okay for it being just a completely made up little mountain here that doesn't really have any solid structure or anything going on with it. It was really fun still to build, and I definitely have some very big plans for what it is I want to do in terms of like texturing for this whole deal. So maybe we'll go through and we'll do, maybe for starters, maybe we could add a bit of cobblestone around, just kind of as like a as a bit more like to add just a little bit more texture or like variety to the actual stone for the maybe the lighter shades. So this whole mountain is going to remain stone, right? It's all going to look like this, but I'm still going to go through with like texturing and stuff, and the shadows and all that I've mentioned before. That's going to be really fun as well. But in the lighter sections, which is what the stone is going to be, like I was mentioning, I want to maybe add in bits and like patches of cobblestone for that bit of variation. I'm trying to explain this properly, but I don't know if I am. I'm sure you get it. There's just gonna be a bunch of cobblestone around, just so that it's not all quite the samesies all around. Then, once we do all of the cobblestone and stuff, we're gonna go through and maybe add in just a couple of patches of the darker tones, and then some of the little bits of snow. Just a very little piece of them. Not all of it, of course. I don't have time for that. But just enough to get a small taste of what it is I want to do. So I've got a couple hours still where I can do all of this in. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me. So I better get started. So first things first, for trying to get started on the texturing and stuff, I need to figure out the actual like block palette for what I want to do. Now, I know it's probably going to be the shadows and the snow that are going to stick out the most. So clearly, for the snow, we're going to use actual like snow blocks, and then maybe we'll use like carpet snow for like little bits and stuff to like to help ease the transition between like solid white and like the actual stone parts. So we'll try to figure something out with that. But our actual like shadows for the mountain, I think I want to be I want it to be a bunch of mud. No, I know that sounds weird, but I really want these to be darker colors, but not a solid pitch black. So mud was definitely a good in between. So I think it's gonna go from mud to deep slate, then to tough, I think, and then to stone. And then maybe we can use a little bit of andesite as another texturing block. But for some reason in the texture pack I have, the stone and the andesite are exactly the same hue. So the only thing that changes is the actual like look of the block, like the way the grain is and everything, or granite, I don't know. So from a distance, stone and andesite are exactly the same to me. So I feel like maybe I could just keep on using stone and it'll be fine. Much easier to obtain anyway. So we need to go grab our mud really quickly and some of our deep slate, and we'll do a tiny little patch of what it is I want to do very quickly, and maybe we'll put some snow on top. And ta-da! There we go. Here's a good example of what I want to do. Definitely didn't take me a long time. So all I've done here is I've gone through with a little bit of tuff and some cobblestone and some deep slate and some mud, and I added just a little bit of shadows into places where I feel like the darkness would be gathering, and I think it looks pretty cool so far. I also dug out a little path winding across the little mountain way here, and I did replace it all with some coarse dirt to make it look like it's like a little hiking trail. So we've got this tiny little path that winds all the way up to the very top of the mountain here. It looks pretty cool, and I definitely think that this mountain is gonna be so cool when it's done. Look at this. We got just a little bit of texturing just all around. So there's a couple of things here that I really enjoy. So the first one is the snow at the top of the mountain there. That is really nice. I really love the snow-capped mountains. So I'm definitely going to be going back through later on, and we're gonna be adding a bunch more snow around. Hopefully a bit more smooth. and a little easier to look at than this, but this is just a quick patch job of me trying to visually show what it is I have planned for this whole mountain here. So we've got all the snow on the top, we've got a bunch of cobblestone texture, which is actually what I decided to go with instead of the andesite like I had said before, since they had like the same texture or everything. Cobblestone to me I think stands out way better, so we did end up going with that one. And then this right here, this is what I meant by the texturing with like the shadows and stuff. So we've got the regular stone to tough to deep slate to mud in the deepest darkest of places. And we've got this kind of just very, very slightly spread out throughout the entire mountain here. Now, once it's done, it is going to be a bit more extreme in terms of where the dark spots are going to be. Again, I just really wanted to show just some basic like spots where I think maybe some shadows could go to try and drive this home visually, so you can see what I'm trying to come up with here. And I do eventually have plans again for adding a whole bunch of trees all over the place, as well as some much better shorelines, a whole bunch more texturing, and probably a bunch of other stuff as well that I can't think of right now. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I did go over here as well, and I've got this cool little idea of adding like little bits and like patches of grass, kind of like in a crumbly pattern. Oh goodness. Ouch. Kind of like a little crumbly pattern, kind of weaving its way through the bottom of the mountain here, and it makes it feel a whole lot more natural to me. I really quite like this. So this is certainly a start to what it is I actually want to get started over here. So definitely in the next episode, we are going to be doing the full texturing job. We're going to do all the resource gathering and everything, and it's going to be very cool. However, before we do all that, there are still a few things that I want to do in today's video. And this has been a very stressful video for me so far, so all I want to do is a little bit of relaxing. So I think I'm going to do one of my favorite things, and it's not fishing this time, I promise. I've already done a lot of that this week. You put 41 hours of that already. Well, I guess more than that, actually. I had to do even more fishing during my stone gathering because my pickaxe simply could not handle it. So I did have to mend it up again. So we did do a bit more fishing. What are we at now? 35,520. So what, we caught another 300 while we were there? No, we're not going to be doing fishing. Sorry. We are going to be doing a bunch of landscaping or shoreline scaping. Sandscaping? So I have had a tiny little bit of a head start on replacing some of the stone that I originally placed to rough out the general location of the shoreline. I replaced some of the stone here with the sandstone when I was doing the grass placement. So now all I've got to do is start refining this little shape here into something that I feel like actually fits into what this would look like. So we're going to try to keep this same sort of style here and then just wrap it around the corners here, as well as maybe a little bit of it on the very front of the mountain over here as well. We'll worry about the backside at a later date. I just am really struggling. I didn't realize how hard it would be to try and make another entire half of a video in, what, less than 2 days. So I am sorry. I did way too much fishing this week. This is the downside of doing only fishing in a video, is I still feel like I'm obligated to try and do the same amount of like physical labor or physical labor in the game. So I end up running myself pretty thin, but it is still very fun. Anyway, we have a lot of shoreline stuff that we need to get started on. So let's just get it done really quick. And welcome back. We have been extremely busy working on the shoreline and stuff. Can I just say right now, I feel so much better. I feel so much better inside. This is all I've been missing. Goodness, it's been a while since I've been able to properly sit down and work on some actual shorelines, like the sand and stuff here. This was such a great time. I definitely am going to be continuing this as soon as I possibly can. However, I have unfortunately almost run out of time for today, so I did have to unfortunately stop in the middle of my actual sandstone building here. But I did get quite a lot done. Mostly just the front of the actual shorelines and stuff. So let me just take you along what I've done very quickly. So the very first thing that I did was I kind of scoped out what it is I wanted, or like how far along I wanted the shorelines to be. So I went through with a basic dirt path like I've done before with all of these other ones. I ran a nice perimeter all the way along the shoreline to kind of map out the shape that I like. Now, the way I see it, when you're building shorelines, it's best to do it like kind of in a mountainscape where you've got these like peaks and then falls, just a bunch of triangles kind of in a row. I feel like that is the most like natural feeling way. Like whenever I try to do my building and stuff, I always try to find patterns that I can try to replicate so that my building style is a bit more consistent. So that's how I do my shorelines, is I do big mountains and like jagged little peaks, but only the shape, like the dirt and stuff. Like when I do the water here, it's like triangles. Here, let me see if I can show you very quickly. Yeah, there we go. See how we've got these triangles just kind of pointed all over the place. I don't know why that's what I do for some reason, but that's what I do. So I went through and I did a bunch of triangles all the way along to the point where I wanted the sand to end, and that was just about where this last piece of grass is. So for the most part, we do have a pretty good base of the sand made, but I haven't went through and smoothed it up and added any of the slabs on this section, and I'm not even close to being done with this one either. Look, we've still got to go up maybe 2 or 3 more blocks right here, so we just place this over the top, honestly, like this. And unfortunately, I don't have time to finish it, but I certainly have been having a great time doing it. Well, actually, you know what? I'm realizing now I probably could show you I could show you this a whole lot better through rockets. So give me a second. And 2 seconds later, we are looking fantastic. There we go. All right, so this very clearly shows all of the progress that I've made in the past, what was 7 days. I have not stopped playing the game except for just a few hours. This entire week just to play a hightail. Both of my arms hurt really bad from playing the game too much. So I might do maybe a little less next time. I will say that, or I might not. We'll see. Anyway, here's all the stuff that I did. So for the very first piece of sandscape that I did, it was the one that was connected to this cute little sandy offshoot thing. So we did this, we did this whole section, as well as a little tiny portion. Oh my gosh, that looks awful. I didn't get to finish any of it, but I just roughed a lot of it in here, and added a few more of a separate variation of the spruce trees. Now, I don't know if it's something with my computer or something, but I'm having some really bad like map issues, I think, with my actual spruce leaves here, and they look very bad, and it's very choppy, and I don't really know how to fix that except for to use oak. See, these ones are not fluffy or choppy at all. Maybe it's because these textures have less like leaves on them and these ones are more full. I'm not really sure. But these ones, I think, look a little easier on the eyes, and they definitely are much simpler to build as well. It's just 3 little diagonal circles popped onto an oak log. So they were very fun to add to the landscape here, as well as a few rocks and stuff to break up the very busy sand that we've got. Now, the left side, I know, is very bad looking, but that's because it's not finished at all. It is all going to look like this eventually. It just is going to take a bit of refining, that's all. So that's the right side that we did, and we did do a little bit on this side. So far, we've got a couple of the trees added in a few locations, as well as, of course, our lovely little sandscape that we've got down there, and I think it looks beautiful. I'm very happy with how this has come out so far, and we've still got a lot of work to do on this mountain, including the location that I want to use for storing my echoes. That's right, I finally decided we're gonna have a little cave right here, I think. Is it maybe a little higher? Is it up higher, or is it here? It's probably right here. This seems like a good place. We're gonna have a little cave right here where all of our echoes are stored, and I'm so excited. This has been so much fun. This is so cool. We're doing a bunch of building and stuff. This is really nice. It's been a while since I've been able to just sit down and have a really like super chill video. Even though this one might seem very chill, I accidentally stressed myself out with the time constraints. So I still felt like I had to do the same amount in the video, even though I did almost a bit more than double the actual fishing. So that's pretty cool. I am fairly happy with all of this though. I wish I had maybe another day or two to fully refine our lovely little shorelines here and fix our rocks and everything. But this is the best I could do with what I had, and I had a fantastic time. Let's take one more tiny look at it from a distance to really see all that we've done today. This is so good. I'm so proud of this. And I could have done more if it wasn't for you meddling kids. And with that, I think I have officially run out of time. It is now less than 1 hour before I have to upload this. So I'm just gonna quickly export the whole video. And I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you. And I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is my lovely little survival series where I've given myself the goal of fully restoring this lovely little island back to the way it originally was. And to do that, I need to go and complete a whole bunch of different objectives and obtain items called echoes. And when all of these echoes are put together, it finally recreates the song that this island sang long ago. It's all very lore stuff, so I'm sorry if it's hard to understand, but it certainly has been a good time so far trying to do this. So that's what we're gonna be doing in today's video. There is, however, one issue, and it's that I am unfortunately a really big fan of fishing in this game. I mean, I do have, what, 36,000 fish caught in this one world so far, and 300,000 in my last series. So I definitely think I've got a bit of a problem. Anyway, I really love fishing. So before we go and we get started on trying to collect our very next echo, what I want to do is I want to put my head down for just a couple of days in this lovely little world that we've got so far, and we're going to do as much fishing as we possibly can. Now, I don't know what that would mean exactly in terms of numbers, but typically in a week, if I have enough free time, I can usually get around about 5,000 fish done. So hopefully by the end of this video, we will be at our 40,000 goal, which is crazy to think about because I originally gave myself the goal of 50,000 fish for this series. However, looking at it now, it certainly looks like it's going to be around the 100,000 mark for how long this is going to have to go on because of how much work I've got to do. So that's very exciting. I get to do a bunch more fishing and a whole bunch of building. However, if you are new here, I do think it's worth mentioning that I'm trying as best I can to keep this island more or less uninhabited, except for just my own little house here, because you know I'm the only one that lives here, of course. So I've got just this one little house and my lovely little ship over here, and I'm trying to keep it that way as best I can. So for the most part, a lot of the building I'm going to be doing in this series is going to be just a bunch of terraforming or some form of nature related build, be it a bunch of trees, a whole bunch of shorelines, a big old lake, which this definitely isn't behind me. This is not a big old lake. This is just a glorified pond. But I just wanted to quickly share what the goals are for this series. So we're going to be doing a bunch of terraforming. We're going to be pretty soon here. We're going to be finishing the texturing on this whole little mountain here. We've got a lot of texturing and moving around of this mountain here to do, and especially the grass bits. That's what I'm very excited to do, like the grass overhangs and like adding the path and everything to it. So between our videos and stuff, I have tried to put together a tiny little piece of what I wanted to do for the grass overhang, kind of just spread out through the entire mountain. And it's this little piece right here. This is what I've been working on. I threw this together in like 20 minutes. So it doesn't look the greatest, but I do like the slope that's on the corner here now. This feels very natural for me. I quite like it. So we're gonna do these types of things kind of just all over a majority of the base of the mountain, because I want the grass to be more sparse as we go upwards, because it is a mountain after all. So I just wanted to give very quickly a tiny example of what we're going to be doing. Actually, you know, now that I think about it, I think we're going to be doing it today. After all of my fishing and everything, of course, we've got a lot to do. So I also think for the very first time, I want to do my fishing over here. This actually is one of my favorite spots to just sit and like look off into the ocean and everything. There's just something about this shoreline bit right here that I feel like is definitely my best work. So we're gonna do our fishing just about right here somewhere. Even though I know we have a whole dock area, we've got 2 dock areas even, as well as a lovely little sandstone cliff thing. However, this still is my favorite spot. So this is gonna be our fishing spot. So without further ado, let's just get straight into fishing. And welcome back from the lovely little fishing time lapse. This has certainly been a very productive couple of days for me so far. What was that? Three days of fishing and 30 plus hours of footage. Goodness gracious. We have been very busy with our fishing, and I will say right now, I am very, very excited to hurry up and get started on the next bit of business. However, at the very end of our last episode, we were at a total of 36,000 fish, or rather 35,550 fish caught. I can't remember. It's been many weeks now since I last played, or since I last made the video. So it's been a little while. And after like 30 something hours, we are now at 43,319. Oh my gosh. That is so much. That's way more than I thought. What? Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that's cool. That's more than 5,000, isn't it? Should be. That is 7,000 fish caught this week. Hey, I'll take it. That was pretty good. I do think I forgot to mention that if you happen to notice a small change in the armor and stuff, it is because our lovely skin artist and the artist of the resource pack that I'm using, or the texture pack that I'm using, did a really cool update, and they did all of the different textures for the tools, the armor, and pretty much everything in between. So everything has a new texture for it, and I thought it was so cool. I thought it was so cool. So I really quickly just wanted to put on the leather armor because I thought it was really cute. Also, their name is LANOSTRY, and all of their links are in the description. However, now that we are done fishing, I think we are good to switch back to our netherite one so that I don't accidentally hurt myself, because I do also need to do a bunch of sand collecting, which means going to foreign territory, and that also might mean that I'm probably gonna get hurt. So it's best to be as protected as I possibly can be, because we are finally good to move on from the fishing, and we're gonna go and get ourselves a bunch of sand, which we do have a little bit of. We've got like one shulker box or so of sand and sandstone related products. But I will say right now, one shulker box will do hardly anything for the amount that I have planned for the texturing and everything. Or I guess not texturing, the shoreline. Also, oh my goodness, this helmet looks it's so aggressive. I kind of like it. Makes me feel like orcish armor from Skyrim, maybe. So I wanted to very quickly explain what it is I wanted to do, and it's pretty much just take all of this and then just put it pretty much all over here. Now, I don't know if I want to actually expand the current size of the island, because right now this is about how big it is in terms of like land, right? So we've got a bunch of grass and we've got a bunch of surface area. But I don't know if I want to add more of like this, but over to this side. So I'm still trying my best to figure out the parameters of this all. It is all very made up. So there's really no like big plans behind any of this, other than I'm just trying really hard to get my next echo, which for this video is going to be the one that you get for if you complete all of the shoreline or like sand related activities, which is why I'm wanting to bring it all the way around on every single side, as well as the humongous task of connecting all of the shorelines to the actual bottom of the ocean. So this is going to be quite a task. But I'm so excited for this. I love terraforming more than probably anything in this game, other than fishing, of course. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to change all of the grass here to moss. I'm realizing that is actually what makes it feel quite weird to me right now, is all of this like grassy like overhang and stuff. I feel like it would look much better if it was all moss, and then we could create the big shadows with the deep slate. So maybe really quickly I could give you an example of that. So we would be changing out the moss for grass, or we would be changing the grass out for moss, and then we'd just be doing a bunch of like deep slate stuff. So as an example, we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there we go. We have officially switched out every single piece of grass in this area to the lovely, much more saturated green of the moss. Now, that's not to say that the grass, I think, looked bad at all. It certainly gave off a much more like older style of terraforming. The moss is very much more saturated, and I think looks a bit more modern in terms of the landscaping, everything. And I definitely think this is going to be a one-off situation where I've used moss as the main bit of terraforming for all of this, because I do really love still the grass overhangs, especially the ones that we had in our last series, the Fishcraft series. But here we are. This is what we have so far in terms of our lovely landscaping, and this is what we wanted to do with the moss. So I think this is what we're going to do with the rest of the area as well. So let me just give you a very tiny tour very quickly of all the things that we've done and all the things that we still have to do, starting of course with all of the moss that we replaced from the grass and everything, which I think looks absolutely lovely. However, maybe I should have kept it as grass. I know that's a crazy thing to say after I just replaced it all. But I think this section here, I think it does look okay. But there's something about like this part right here and the overhang now that kind of makes it looks very jagged and like kind of spiky. I feel like the grass with the bit of dirt kind of softened it a little bit, whereas this kind of is blending it all together, and it makes it look like just a big old pile of green. But this side over here looks really good to me. I really like this change where I've added all of this into moss instead of grass, especially for these bits right here where there was the dirt that was underneath the grass on the top. So this definitely is a learning experience. I should have only done probably half. Also, maybe the problem isn't that this looks bad as moss. Maybe I think maybe I just haven't done it properly, I'll be honest. I think this really could do for a bit of an upgrade in terms of the amount of depth this overhang has. I think maybe we need to extend it out just a couple more blocks this direction, or like facing this way, so that the overhang kind of is a bit more prominent, and we can add a bit more like smooth shapes into it instead of having to hit the wall like right here and then it kind of just blends into each other. So I think maybe we'll add that to our list. However, we're gonna have to move on from this for right now because we still have a crazy amount of shoreline stuff to do in this video, but we have done some of it already. As a little example, I did make a few little adjustments here and there. More specifically, there was a spot over here that I really didn't like. So in my last video, I made this piece of shoreline right here, and I added way too many rocks. I only needed just a couple of them, I felt like, to break up the sameness of all the sand. And I added like 6 or 7 of these different rocks here. So I did go through and I completely removed them, except for just a few. Just to add in a few bits of variation in the sand and everything. And then after that, I went through and I kind of smoothened up this hill a little bit because it was looking a bit rough. A lot of this was done in a panic before, so I didn't really have much time to do much smoothing or any sort like that, because I did build most of that in like 2 days. So I was quite panicked and it was very rushed. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention that I did also do a tiny little bit of extension, or a bit of an extension on this piece of shoreline upwards, as well as a tiny bit of smoothing it out, because I also did have this, I had this left in a pretty rough spot at the end of the last video. It was very noisy and I didn't like it at all, but I do think it's come out a little bit better, and it's definitely shaping up. Now I just gotta do this literally everywhere else. Not a problem. And the same applies to the little bit of texturing that I did on the mountain here. So I did go through and I added a bit more of the that was the worst landing I've ever had. That was a terrible landing, I'm sorry. So I did go through and I added a very little tiny little bit of shading or some sort of like texturing to the bottom half of the mountain. Now I don't know if this is exactly what I want, because this was a very rushed job after all with the shading. This was me just kind of playing around with some of the blocks that I had to try and figure something out. So I would say that it's kind of a gradient, but it's not really. It's more of like a shadow casting situation. Wherever I think a big shadow should be, I put a big shadow. So that's all we've done, is just the very front of the little piece of the mountain here. So we've got the dark down here, which translates from mud to cobbled deep slate to tough to acacia, and then sometimes, because this is a mountain after all, we've got a little pinch of snow just as a bit of a highlight. I thought it looked very nice, given a little snow overhang with the diorite on the bottom half there. I think that looks really good. So let us just jump straight into getting some sand placed. And to do that, the very first thing that I need to do is start running a line of the sandstone around about the location where I want the shoreline to be meeting the mountain. Oh goodness, actually, I think I might do the back of it first, because I don't know if I want more grass to be on this side. So I think I'm gonna do this side first, and then as we wrap around the front, I'll hopefully have thought of some more ideas. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot. I still have to fix all of this. Goodness, this was such a rush job. So it looks like, for the most part, it is a 1 or 2 block gap between each of the elevations here. So we're going to stick to that same pattern here, and every 1 or 2 blocks we're going to start going upwards, and then the farther up we get, the longer they're going to be spaced out, just so that it kind of evens itself out, or starts flattening instead of just being a big old mountain of sand. So we're going to go here like this. Yeah, so this is the point where we start doing 2s. 1 2 1 2 jump, 1 2 3 jump, 1 2 3 jump, and then now we're gonna start doing 3s. So 1 2 3 4 jump. Or yeah, there we go. This is it. That was it. All right. And then to make it as seamless as possible, we go to the very bottom piece of our shoreline here, and we just start connecting it up through what we've already done. So we follow our previous path of sandstone, and then if we want to break up some of the more square shapes while we start these things, it's easy to accidentally start getting things into a pattern that are quite easy to see. So you can break those up by just adding little bits of wonkiness to the middle sections of those. There we go. It's looking good. So now we just need to close off this top section. However, I do want this rock right here to be very visible as well, so I think I'm just going to kind of go around it without making the sand build up, except for maybe a little bit in some of these smaller corners like this. Yeah, so we're gonna start doing 3s here before we start going upwards, and then since we're getting to the point where we want these to start thinning out, we're going to start putting it to a point so that it looks like it's kind of mounded or it's gotten to a point where it's kind of thinned out because of how much it's been pushed up into the shoreline. So we kind of make like a little peak direction where we want it to go, like this, and we're gonna do the same thing, kind of just wrapped all the way around. Oh, I do see a bit of a pattern here. So we're going to take out some of this and make it look more like a crevice. And then as the final touch up for the sand, we start with the slabs. So recently I have been very sparing with the slabs. I originally, when I first started doing shoreline stuff, almost the entire thing was made out of slabs. But I learned recently that the more slabs you have, it feels a bit less natural. So I've been trying to use more full blocks of sandstone and just trying to work my way from there. So I'll chisel the shape out with sandstone first, and then afterwards I'll go through with the sandstone slabs and then just work with it from there. This section of the shoreline, however, is an exception because pretty much everywhere else on this entire shoreline here, I have been using the slabs very sparingly. So when I first started this whole section here, my whole goal was to have this piece of sand different from the rest of them. So I did use a bit more slabs than normal, just because I wanted this to feel more, I guess, elevated or more pointy, I suppose. And the slabs do a really good job of that when you have them at the tops of the peaks. I'm not sure how to explain that properly, but you can probably see it, how much more jagged this one is compared to the rest of them. It feels less like waves and more like spikes. There we go. Now we're going to quickly put in a couple more slabs. All right, there we go. Is that our very first piece of shoreline done for the video? We shall see. Yeah, there we go. There still looks like there could be a little piece of sand right here to make this look like it's a bit more smooth. So we're going to extend this out by a block like this, and then we'll place the slabs. And then we try again. Oh, I see what's wrong. And then finally, this piece here. All right, there we go. Surely that's better. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. So we're gonna add probably a couple more levels going upwards here. Otherwise, that's pretty much it for this little basic piece of shoreline here. It's not so difficult, and it especially gets much easier the longer you do this. That being said, however, this is incredibly difficult to talk about as I do it. I do hope I've got the point across, though, of usually how I do this. And the good thing about the shorelines is that once you've got your basics down and you've already given yourself the framework to wrap the whole shoreline around the stuff, it makes it a whole lot easier to follow, because you're just kind of like tracing your own work as you go. That being said, I'm going to jump straight into trying to get this lovely little shoreline all fully finished. So I think what we're gonna do is exactly what we just showed everybody, except on a massive scale. And I could not possibly be more proud of what we have created this week. And I say this week because I've just tallied it up. And on top of my fishing and all of the shoreline stuff that we've just done, it has taken a full 6 days. 6 days of not resource collecting, but just building to get this shoreline in place, and I still am not even close to being done. I have horribly underestimated how long this would take. I have been on a mission trying to place as much sand as I possibly can for this video, and I still have so much sand I need to place. We are so far behind. I definitely did not grasp quite how much work there was to be done, but I certainly have been I've been trying my best to make this place look as pretty as I can, and I really hope you like it. Sorry I haven't shown it much. So, let us just do a very tiny tour, very quickly, of all of the little things that I've been doing the past 3 days. Starting with the thing that I mentioned earlier, which was this lovely little overhang that we had, that we just put in a couple days ago now. I did go through and I did edit it slightly. I pushed out the moss blocks by, I think, like 2 blocks or so, which left a lot of room on the underhang for us to add all kinds of depth and some green terracotta for some like shading and everything, and I think it's very lovely. The only thing is I am still very new to a lot of this type of stuff, so I still don't know exactly what are some things I could add to this location. So if there's any ideas or recommendations for like details type of things, I'm very much open to it. The only catch about it though is it would need to be like some form of like nature detail, since I'm not adding any more of the like man-made type structures like houses or boats or docks or anything like that. So I am sorry in advance. Oh gosh, what else have we done here? I mean, if I look at the mountain, I've clearly done a bunch of things, but it's hard for me to point out which ones specifically. So I guess we'll start with adding a whole bunch of palm trees over here. I felt like that the island definitely needed some more of a tropical vibe, so I definitely went a little overboard with the palm trees. We added all kinds of them over here. We've got some with azalea leaves, we got some with birch, we've got mangrove, we've got oak leaves. Quite the variety of palm trees, and it was very fun. Oh, speaking of, I also added a big old cliff. A big old cliff on the mountain behind us here. I felt like all these faces that I was standing on top of, they were all very like flat, and that's all well and good for it being a very sheer mountain and everything, but I definitely wanted somewhere where I can kind of stand over and look down from, kind of like Pride Rock from The Lion King. So that's exactly what we did. We added a lovely little overhang / mountain Pride Rock thing over here to overlook everything that the light touches. It's not mine though. None of it's mine. I'm just here to help, I guess. I really love this world, but none of it is truly mine. I just am helping it along. Oh gosh, that's right. I completely forgot that at the beginning in this video, my goal was to originally fully complete all of the shores and everything for the entire island, to finally get our echo shard or not the echo shard, our echo rather, for completing all the shore, right? However, I don't think I can. I don't think I can do it this video. That is such an extreme job, because I also have to connect all of this sand to the ocean floor, and that takes many hours, as well as finishing the actual like wraparound of the sand and everything. So I have a lot of work ahead of me, but you know, I did realize I don't think I'm going to be needing any more trees. So I think we should be good on the the echo front for the trees, because that is one of the main four, right? So the first one was water, which is why we made this giant glorified pond right here that is supposed to be a lake. I definitely think if I were to make another one, it'd be at least 4 times bigger. So that is my fault. That is my fault. It is still cute though. However, this was our first echo. This was the sunken echo. And now that we have all the trees completed, I think we can get the tree echo, which means there are only 2 remaining. Hopefully I can get those done in the next 2 or 3 episodes, I would hope. Especially since we're drawing very close to the end of it now, since we've really just got a bunch of polishing and everything to do, which is very exciting and both very scary because I don't think I'm ready for my next series quite yet. There is a lot that we still have to do. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention that we also added a whole bunch more of the sunflowers over here for, of course, the little manian for always being so supportive of the series. So we got 3 patches of them so far. We've got this one, we've got this one, and this one. Here they are. This one's really small. I'm sorry. So thank you again to the little manian for always being so supportive and leaving such amazing comments. Thank you so much. And here are a bunch of flowers. Oh, which actually reminds me that there is somebody on my YouTube members list that has been a member for 17 months, which is well over a year now, and I think that is absolutely insane. So thank you to Jess. That is wild to me, as well as Bale Mage for being over 15 months now. And we've got two new arrivals. We've got Space Nerd Jess, which is crazy. We've got 2 Jesses now. That's so cool. So thank you to Space Nerd Jess for joining the lovely little Beetroot YouTube membership thing, as well as Blue Davriel. I appreciate you all so much, and welcome to the YouTube members thing. And I also don't know if anybody noticed, but I did change the membership thing. So instead of it being called a fish, it's now called a beetroot. And we had the honor of having Fallowfoot do the art for it, which I think is so cute. We got these little heartbeats from Slime Rancher, which I think are so cute. So thank you to Fallowfoot for being such a lovely artist. And with that, I have unfortunately just about run out of time for today's video. So I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is my little survival series here, where I have given myself the goal of collecting a whole bunch of different echoes so that I can fully restore this entire island's song back to the way it should be. And hopefully in today's video, we will be one step closer in obtaining one of the echoes that we need to get this job done. Now, I don't know which echo it's going to be, because there are currently 4 of them that you need to restore this island. So we have one for landscaping, we have one for trees, we have one for mountains, and we have one for water. So we've got the ones done already for the trees and the water. So we're going to be doing either the landscaping or the one for the rocks and stuff. We are very close to getting both of those done, by the way. We've just got a bunch of texturing and a little bit of connecting left to do. And by connecting, I do mean the sand to the ocean floor, because that is one of the goals that I gave myself for doing the echo for the sand and everything, is that we need it to be fully completed. So all of these shorelines and stuff here need to be touching the ocean floor and be an actual part of the world instead of just kind of floating on top of it like this. So there is still an extreme amount of work we need to do, and I cannot be more excited to do this, honestly. I love this game, and I love this world. So our to-do list is quite extensive. However, before we begin any of those things, there is one other thing that I would like to do very, very much, and it is our weekly fishing, because I have, unfortunately, I've taken 2 days off from recording just to do a little bit of cat maintenance, because my cat is still very, very, very sick, unfortunately. So I've been having to feed them lots. But I think I am in a very fishing mood. So we are very quickly, before we get started on the landscape and everything, we are going to do as much fishing as we possibly can for the next 3 days, of course. It might not be as much as the last couple of videos, but it certainly is going to be my very best. So I'm going to put my heart and soul into doing as much fishing as I can very quickly. Oh, we're going to do it in Fallow's spot as well. And we will be back in just a few days. So 2 seconds. Oh, hi, Ripples. I didn't even see my cat here. Let's go. and welcome back from the ginormous fishing time lapse. So, by the very end of our last episode, we were at... I forgot how many fish I was at. Oh no. Dang it. I don't remember how many fish I was at before. Anyway, I am currently at 48,615, which I think is I think that's pretty good. We're only 2,000 fish caught away from our end goal for this series. Now, I definitely am going to be getting a bit more than 50,000. I definitely, I definitely think so. But 50,000 was my original goal that I set for this series, and we are flying straight past it. And really, it's because I'm a bit of a procrastinator, and I'm a cat parent. So things are certainly taking up more time than others. I will say that. And what I mean by that is I currently have one whole day, one day left to record something. And I don't really know how to do that. We've got one day to record a whole video. So we're gonna have to figure something out. This is gonna be old style Let's Play stuff. So you're gonna have to see all the stuff that I do, and I hope that is okay with you. So I guess let's get started on some stuff, right? So very first thing I wanted to do in this video was we needed to get a whole bunch more sand because believe it or not, I've got a bunch of shoreline I still need to place. So we're quite behind. I don't know if I can get this whole thing done in one day. Now I've got some time. I've got maybe 6 hours or so to do this video because I have already been fishing for 4 days and I've been taking care of my cat for every other second in between that. So what we've got to do is we are going to lower this piece all the way down to the ocean floor as well as any of the other stragglers on the corners and stuff and such over here. So we're gonna bring this all the way down. The only thing I keep thinking about is that I don't know if I want it to be the exact same as these ones, or like, do I want it to be a drop off, or do I want it to go all the way down to the ocean floor? Because if I do it all the way down to the ocean floor, then it'll gonna be like exponentially getting bigger and wider as you go out, right? So it'll end like over there or something if I keep doing this. So maybe we'll have to do the drop off now that I think about it. All right, well, we've got about 9 shulker boxes that we need to fill up with sandstone. Not sand, just the sandstone. So we've got to go figure that out. And can we do it in 6 hours? That is the question. Ooh, this looks good. Look at this little cliff face. This is a good look. This looks nice. Oh, fallow left their bed here. Oopsie. Oh, there it is. Oh, while we're on the topic of fallow, I did forget to mention that we did have Fallowfoot come on for just a moment, and they helped me with the placing of the slabs for this little piece of shoreline right here, and I think it looks lovely. So this piece is officially done since I left it kind of just on the flat pieces since my last video. Anyway, let's go get some sand. Whoopsie, I just accidentally found a mine shaft. All right, cool. I will take that as a sign that this place is no longer safe and it's time to go back. We've got plenty of sand for now. And if we happen to need more, we are very close to the desert, so it's not much of an issue. All right, so let's hurry up and start heading back and get some of this sand placed down. Okay, well, very first thing, as I mentioned before, is we need to get this piece fully connected up to this right side here. So we're going to follow our lovely little scaffolding of sandstone that we've already got, and we will just very nicely close this off as best as we can. Yeah, this should be very easy. We're just going to follow our very own line work that we placed before when we were doing our drop offs here. It's not too difficult. And then after a couple blocks of following the lines, we start bringing it inwards with, of course, leaving a little tiny like a droopy shape, kind of like how I usually do with my landscaping. Is I'll have like a chosen pattern that I'll follow. Like here, for example, it usually is like this little plus mark, but with 2 on the left or right side. So we'll just use this kind of as a guideline, and we'll use these as our like droopy parts. So we'll just like paste this type of shape and then just kind of bring it along downwards as we go. So we kind of just grab this, we paste one of them, maybe give it a little bit more of a point, and then we start bringing it downwards so that we can have it go backwards, or like it's an actual drop off instead of it being like a slope this direction. So we're going to want to bring this downwards slowly while also trying to keep a bit of a point to this specific type of terraforming, since I do want it to have like spikier bits on the ends of the drop off. I don't really know quite how to explain this properly other than just doing it. It's quite difficult now that I'm thinking about it. I don't do much Let's Play type of things really. But this sure is fun. So that's pretty much all it is we choose where we want our drop off to be, or like where we want the end point of it to be. So for example, this right here, this block right here, this is our end point of the drop off before it starts going inwards, right? So we choose where we want that to be, and then we start bringing the blocks in by one. Now, since it is the drop off, we want the bottom of them to be a bit steeper than the ones on the top. So we do much longer, much more exaggerated droopy lines than, let's say, for example, these ones where it's just like a 1 block or 2 block gap between each elevation. This one, we're going to be doing 4 to 7 block gaps. It's a quite different thing, but it sure is really fun. So we are going to finish this one up very quickly. We're going to bring the lines down, and then we go to the back section and we just bring those lines down as well until we reach another line, and then we go backwards, and then we just fill in these little gaps, just higgledy-piggledy, just throw in some blocks. It doesn't really matter too much since this is going to be, for the most part, hidden since it's underwater. I think really the only person that might see this anymore is you all whenever you go to like the world download and everything, if that's something that you all would be interested in perhaps. And then if you really want to go and make it look okay, you can also go through later as well with slabs to help smoothen up some of the sections just as a little tiny touch up, just to make it feel a little bit better if you're not quite happy with how smooth it is. I mean, most of the time I'm never happy with the smoothness of these, so the slabs really do help most cases when you're trying to help make this look just a little bit better. Also, it's quite difficult trying to record videos while you're underwater. I didn't really quite realize how difficult that would be. So while I am placing these blocks, I just very quickly wanted to talk about maybe some of the plans for the future for both this series and the next one that I have coming up very soon, which I'm very excited for. It's going to be quite a tale. So originally for this video, I did have plans for building up a ginormous cave that was going to be the housing cave of the sorts of all the different echoes that I obtained through this series. So there's going to be like four pillars of the sort where I would be able to put down all of the different echoes that we've collected. Now, I did want to do that this video, however, I didn't really realize how much time I had for this video, so I did have to, unfortunately, pivot at the last minute. There was no way I could build it in 2 days, so I decided to do one of the easier of the two options. Now, I know this video is going to be a lot less quality than what I would usually do, but I am still intent on getting it out as quickly as I can while I'm just sitting here underwater. Also, I know I said that this video is probably less quality than normal, but do please keep in mind that this still is probably around about 36 hours of work for this one video. Just so far, and a majority of that, I'll be honest, it wasn't doing anything productive. It was just me fishing, so I'm sorry. Around about the 30-hour mark for fishing this week, plus the 6 that it's going to be by the end of this video of me working. So yeah, I think it's about 36 hours of footage for this one video still. So while it is less quality than I'm used to, it certainly still is, I think, okay for one video, especially considering I love fishing so much, right? So this is fine. What I'm working on right now is I'm trying to find a good point where I can transition the steady block, like going down point, which is what all of this stuff is over here, into the drop-off point. So I decided that maybe we'll use this little section right here as the transition, and then we'll slowly kind of taper it off into the drop-off from these blocks here. So we're gonna finish that up, And I am sorry again if this video is very weird. It certainly feels weird talking so much and doing so little, and not being able to do any of the spin transitions. I usually cut out a majority of this stuff. I guess this also is good, because I did see a comment recently of somebody saying they wanted to see me do the actual block placing, so I guess here you go. This works out perfectly. There you go. And believe me, do I have a lot of block placing that I need to do, and I hate to say it, but I really don't think I have enough time for this video already still just to do that. I know I say that a lot, but I really have been so busy, and it is quite difficult for me still to try my best to get these videos out on a weekly basis. And I appreciate you all being so patient with me so much, especially with all of the cat stuff that's been going on. It takes up a very big portion of time. Despite all of the things with the cat and everything, you all still make me very happy to be doing what I'm doing, and I appreciate you all so very much for being here still. That being said, we are going to very quickly finish up this one shoreline so that we can move on to the very next one, which is going to be this big ol' mountainside on this corner right here. I still am trying my best to try and figure out what type of shoreline that I want to go here, but I think just to save some time, I might go with a very small shoreline in comparison to the one that we've got over on this side right here. This is like extreme shoreline. So we're gonna not to try and do this. We're gonna try and do something smaller, like what we've got on this little piece of cliff right here, just to hopefully save a little bit of time on this, which I am incredibly sad to say. I really don't think I have enough time to fully finish the shorelines this video. I know it's been a long time coming, and I should have done this before, and I will definitely try to do it between my videos. However, I messed up quite badly not doing this sooner, so I am very sorry, and I will still do as much as I possibly can in this video, while also giving myself the echo finally, which is very exciting, because in our very next video we're going to have a place finally to put them all. So that's gonna be really cool. I just really hope you all like cherry trees. That's all I'm gonna say. And as for my very next series, I know this is gonna be quite a shocker, but I really hope that you all like water, and more specifically, things related to waves. That's all I'm gonna say. I am so excited for my next series. I've been wanting to do this for almost the entire year now, since like the earlier phases of my fishcraft videos. I've had this idea, but I did not have the willpower to think I was going to be able to pull it off properly. So I have been putting it off, and I didn't think I was ever going to do it, but I pulled the trigger, and we've got custom models made, we've got skins made. It's going to be so cool. We even got a hand-drawn logo, which is nothing new on this channel. Pretty much every single series I've ever been a part of, I have had the artists make a lovely little logo for it. So that is nothing new, of course. All right, that is enough of the series talk. I don't want to spoil anything, so we are going to hurry up and get started on placing the shoreline here. So what I am going to do is quickly rough out the general ending shape of where I want this shoreline to be ending at. So I know I said earlier that I wanted it to be a slightly smaller shoreline, so we are going to be going quite close to the actual mountain for this. And we're going to try and do maybe more rounded shapes on the outskirts. So we're just going to make a very random shape here and then see how it looks when we're done. Okay, yeah, this definitely was way too much. So we're going to just remove this and try again. I knew it was a little too far. I was just kind of free-flowing it there. I messed it up, but it's okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring about right here to that section here. So we're going to make some more shapes going inwards. I think we need this piece here to be a bit more sharp. All right, so it looks like right here might be a little too close. So we're gonna extend this out just a little bit, this direction. Yeah, there we go. And all right, how do we feel about this? Yeah, okay, I think that's fine. That's fine for right now. It definitely could use some work. but I don't have time for that. So we're just gonna work with it and then figure it out later. Oh, that might be why this looks weird. We've got this whole piece right here that has a bunch of empty spaces that didn't used to look like this. Whoopsie, I guess I accidentally messed this up and wasn't paying attention, but it's okay. We will fix it as we go right now. This is not going to be a problem at all. All right, so now we've got to, gotta give him his medicine. Kitty cat time. 47 minutes later, we have fed our cat. It takes 47 minutes to give him 4 little tiny tubes of his medicine because he's not eating on his own anymore. So this video is in shambles. We're in shambles. We're figuring it out though. At least he is full. That is all I've got to say. All right, so I might have explained it already in my last video on how I do these shoreline things, but as easily put as I can, it really is just like waves, right? So we do a very rough shape of where we want our shoreline to be ending, right? So we go through and we rough out the shape of the shoreline where it's going to be touching the water, and we do try to, for the most part, go for like a peaks sort of shape for it, so it's gonna be lots of triangles and like points. Oopsie. However, I do still sometimes like to deviate from the regular pattern because pretty much everywhere on this whole island has always had the same type of landscaping, or at least the same like peaks thing that I was just mentioning. And I feel like it's good to sometimes try slightly different shapes when you're having to do so much of the sandy area, right? So you could, I still do the peaks and stuff here, but it's not in the same type of like extremeness of it, I guess. The peaks are more rounded and they're less spiky, and it's much closer to the mountain instead of being farther out, which I did do as a time saver, of course, but it is still good to have a little bit of variation when it comes to doing something a lot in the same world. It's good to do it, but it's good to try it in different ways while you're doing it. Whew. Goodness. Anyway, so the first thing you do is you rough out the shape of the shoreline where you want it to connect to the water, and then you just make sure there is a 1 block gap between each elevation. You can sometimes get away with a 2 block gap. It's totally fine. It's really up to you. Like you can do something like this, for example. So there's 2 blocks here, or stuff like this rather. Like you can get away with things like this, but it's best to do a 1 to 2 block gap going upwards. If that's your chosen pattern, of course, so that you can not accidentally get any points that stick out too much, unless that's your goal for it to stick out. But mine is not to do that. I want it to feel like a seamless transition from this point to this point. So we are going to do a 1 to 2 block gap wherever I feel like it is comfortable to do so. And if I feel like it is going to reach a point where it won't like connect up properly with this, then I'll do like a 2 block gap, 3 block gap, just so that I can actually reach it without it going over the top of it. Because if I keep doing 1 block gaps, it'll probably end up like over here somewhere, right? I don't know if I've explained this properly, but I'm trying, and I'm really sorry. I'm very tired, and I'm trying to make a video in one day, which is, goodness, it is rough. Oh, I have also learned that it's best to try and avoid using squares as your shores, or like don't make sure that your corners are not squared, because that ends up looking like pyramids. I've done this a few times already on accident in this world. With the main one being over here, I was doing this as quickly as I could, so it did end up not the greatest it could be, but I still am quite happy with it. This right here. So if you look at this corner right here, you can see there's lots of flat lines, and it is giving a kind of a pyramid shape right here. And that is because I did not break up the straight lines and the corners well enough while I was building it. So the more you learn, the better these things get, hopefully, or the more you can figure out how to do things better, I guess. Goodness gracious. Anyway, we are going to finish up this lovely little tiny shoreline here and continue bringing it up by 1 block each time. I think we're going to switch to 2 block gaps now, so that I can make sure it connects up properly still. And we'll do something like this. Yeah, there we go. Now we need to go over to the other place where I messed up before and try and fix this part as well. This is not great. I've messed this part up real bad. Should be a pretty easy fix though. I mean, especially since I'm just smoothing out most of what I've already done here. So let's just fill this in. And then we're gonna bring this over, and we're gonna swap to a 2-block gap. All right, now we're working where we should be. Make sure there is plenty of variation in your lines so that it has lots of interest. I think these are all... I think I'm making this stuff up as I go, honestly. I have no idea how to do Let's Plays. This is weird, but I'm trying very hard. I noticed, though, that I have a tendency to do patterns. Like, I build something, and then I try to find the patterns inside of it to help me be able to learn how to do it, like, consistently, rather. How do we feel about this so far? We've got to pull this line straight across. This is what I was talking about before, where I said that I needed to be careful. I needed to be careful about how I did my shore so that it could reach right here. And yeah, I definitely didn't do enough 2-block gaps, but I think it is going to be fine either way because I can always adjust this one and make it a 2-block gap. So we're gonna make this one a 2-block gap, or maybe even a 3-block gap in most places, but we are going to make sure that this is our ending point right here because I liked the way I made my shape rounding on the side of the mountain here. It feels very much like a wave. I am noticing, though, I didn't add any of the peaks this time to the top of the shoreline. So usually, if you've got a sandy beach or something that's batting up the side of a mountain, usually there are nooks and crannies where the sand piled up more high than other places, right? Which is where my sandstone slabs come in handy because I like to use my slabs here to make those little points, right? So we'll say this is the point where a lot of the weight of the waves is hitting. So we just place a couple of the slabs and we sort of do like a staircase, so that it is gradually getting lower, but also trying to keep it slightly spiky, right? So that we keep that peak. So we've got this tiny little arrow now where it looks like the shoreline is breaking on the mountain. So we just add these sometimes in random places or where we feel like the water would be the most violent, I guess. And once again, it is one of those situations where variation is important because you don't want to have the exact same peak kind of just copy pasted all over the place. See, like this already feels too similar. So we're going to remove this piece here. Ta-da! See? There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Just for adding a small bit of variation. Maybe the problem is that it's too close to this other one, but I am still very okay with what we've got so far. And as the very last thing that we do for our shorelines, we add the slabs to the corners of the straighter lines that we have. So for example, this right here, this is one of our straight lines. So we pop slabs on the corners right here to soften up the full block transition, just to make it feel like it's a bit more of a smooth like sandscape, that's what I call it, by the way, sandscaping. That's what this is. So we just go through and we just pop a slab anywhere we can that is not on the front facing part of one of those lines. So that's my only exception, is if you have a block that is a point, like this, for example, you can put a slab on the front and on the corners like this. And I think that looks very good. And with that, I think we've just about finished this shoreline. Oh, never mind. I left a few slabs out right here. And it is time. It's time to give him some more medicine. I don't know if we have enough time. I don't know if we have enough time. I am going to, as quickly as I can, try to connect this up to the ocean floor. So all that really is just doing the exact same thing that we've done with this shoreline here, but going in reverse. So we just would be moving it downwards, and that is really it. So we're just gonna run these lines all the way down to the very bottom of the ocean until I have run out of time, and we will see what we've got done. I think that is about all that I have time for, which is very unfortunate to say, considering there is so much more I wanted to do for this video, but 6 hours, and this is all that we were able to do. I really hope this puts it into perspective. How long it usually takes me to do these shorelines and stuff, which is why I've been procrastinating so much. Or I don't even know if this would count as procrastinating. This was just me working on it as much as I possibly can without trying to be boring. But this has certainly been a productive video, even though I've had to take very, very many breaks. I do appreciate you all so much for watching it anyway. So I think I have just about run out of time for today's video. So I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is my lovely little survival series here, where my entire goal is to fully restore this island's song back to the way it was in the ancient times. And to do that, I need to go and collect 4 different shards of this island's song called Echoes. And to get one of those, I need to go and do a whole bunch of diorama-based chores. For example, we can get an echo for making a lake, we can get an echo for building a bunch of trees, doing a bunch of landscaping, or building big old rocks. It's all very lore stuff, so I am sorry if it's weird, but that is our objective for today's video. We are going to be setting out on a big old adventure to try and get ourselves one of the 4 echoes that we need to fully restore this lovely little island. However, we have a bunch of other stuff that we also need to do in this video, including a whole bunch of fishing. Of course, it's not a Puddleshine video if it doesn't have a bunch of fishing in the beginning. Although that's not how it used to be actually. Back in my old fishcraft days, all the fishing used to be at the end. Anyway, this is going to be one mega episode, I will say that for sure. So unfortunately, I think it is going to have to be delayed significantly because of the amount of resources that I'm going to need to try and get this video done. Because in today's video, we are on top of all of our fishing going to be doing a ginormous cavern inside of our mountain here that is going to be the house for all of the different echoes that we can collect. Kind of like I just wanted some sort of physical object in the world to be able to put my echoes and stuff. So it's going to be like a podium of the sorts, but just think very natural and like overgrown, kind of like the toxic jungle from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, one of my favorite movies ever. So just think toxic jungle, but inside of a giant cave. So that is what we are going to be doing in today's video. We are going to be making some sort of a jungle or something along those lines inside of this mountain here. So we're gonna have a tiny entrance about here, and then the main entrance is going to be all the way over here next to this abandoned mine shaft. And because it is raining, I think there's no better time to get started on our fishing. So without further ado, let us just jump straight into fishing. And 2 seconds. And welcome back from the big old fishing time lapse. I had a very good time so far doing the fishing and everything. However, it is significantly less than I had originally hoped for in terms of fishing for this week, especially since this video is going to be 2 weeks worth of content. I don't know how much fishing I could do, but it certainly is not very much, because at the end of our very last episode, we were at a total of 48,000 fish caught, and after just a couple of days of extra fishing, we have finally passed our goal of 50,000 because we are now at 52,623. That's pretty good for just 1 week, or I guess that was about 3 days worth of fishing, I suppose, not an entire week, but close enough. That being said, we have a lot of things that we need to do in this video, and I have no idea how I'm going to get the time for this, but I will certainly be trying my best here. So at the very top of my to-do list for this video is I need to start planning out the layout for this ginormous cavern that I have in mind. And there's one spot in particular that I'm wanting to focus on, and it is this lovely little mine shaft that I pointed out earlier, and it is going to be what I would consider the main entrance for it, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily the biggest. I mean, it's quite small. Maybe I could make it a little bigger over here, and I certainly need to knock out these pieces of wood and stuff here, because my whole theme pretty much for this island was to have it uninhabited, other than maybe the native creatures and myself. And I certainly didn't make this. I mean, I did, but lore. So all of this wood needs to go, and I'll probably replace it with like a wall mushroom, like one of those shelf mushrooms. That's what they're called. The little flat ones. Maybe we'll put one here to make it look like a roof while also keeping it natural, because we need to stick to our storytelling so that things are a bit more coherent or consistent. Something like that. Anyway, we are going to be working on winding our lovely little path up into the existing cavern that we have already inside of this mountain, because this whole thing is just a massive empty chasm, and there is a lot of room for like caves and everything. So we're hopefully gonna change that. So let's just very quickly put down some of the blocks that we're going to be doing for the little mine shaft entrance. And 2 seconds. And significantly more than 2 seconds later, we now have a lovely little path that we can walk through for the little cavern and everything. I just want to set the theme here. So the idea that I was going for this specific cavern and the whole theme is probably going to be overgrown and like fungus and like mushroom and kind of a relaxing vibe. Like we got the poisonous aspect of like mushroom. Speaking of, look at this little mushroom I made. Doesn't this look good? This is a good little brown mushroom. The jungle on the granite looks really, really good to me. Comboed of course with the warped stuff on top of the mycelium. So many good colors here. I love it so much. You can't hardly see because it's nighttime. 2 seconds, let me fix that. So straight away you will see that we have the tiny little cherry grove trees over here on the sides, and I originally did not like the size of this cavern. It felt too open and it didn't give off kind of the overgrown, cozy, kind of like relaxing vibe that I was going for. So I added these cherry trees last minute to try and cramp in the area up a bit more, because originally it was just a bunch of mushrooms and a bunch of moss and stuff, all of these kinds of things. So it was missing the trees, right? So I did add the trees last, and I think it made such a crazy difference. Although it was really hard trying to fit full-scale trees into here. I definitely don't think it worked properly, and these really don't look as good as they could do. But I did my best with the time constraints that I had for this, especially considering I've got to build 4 more of them on probably a scale of like 5 or 6 times bigger. So this is gonna be wild. However, this is what we got right now. We got these cool little trees, except this is just the entrance. All right, so this is the entrance. We go through, we got 1 tree here. We got all kinds of mushrooms. We got another tree directly on our left here, surrounded again by a whole bunch of mushrooms. And then as we work our way up, we have more and more mushrooms as we go in. And then we have the 2 big old cherry trees, which are still very small compared to what I want to do, that mark the actual entrance to the cavern. And I really liked the idea of having a very long and like twisty road that felt it's very narrow. It feels very narrow as you go through, and then it just kind of explodes into this ginormous like cavern that has a lot of like space and is filled with stuff. So that's the goal for this video, is to do that. This is the smaller main passage that leads up to the actual entrance to the cavern. We've got all kinds of the brown mushrooms all over the place, all kinds of different sizes and variations of them all. And then right here is where we're going to have our big old cavern and everything. And don't mind this. We'll get to these later. And with that, I think that's about all I've got done so far. So I think maybe I'm gonna try to get started on the resource collecting part for the lovely little cavern. Oh, wait a second. I had an idea. I'm so sorry. I keep on going back and forth, but I had a really cool idea. So you know how we're doing like a Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind situation with like the toxic jungle and the cave and everything? I thought, what if I did the little horse claws from the actual movie itself? So there in the movie, there are these cute little like birdie creatures. They're like these little flightless birds. They use them as horses, and they're called horse claws, though they don't look anything like horses. They're more like big chickens. And I think they are so adorable. And I thought maybe, just maybe, we could make the horse claws the actual inhabitants of the island. So like this whole area, this is all them. This is their entire home. So maybe we can make like little nests and stuff around, and little tiny families of like these little ostrich-shaped giant chicken babies. I thought that was a really cute idea. So maybe we could free flow a couple of those, maybe. See how that goes. Oh, and we can make a bunch of babies as well. Oh, this is gonna be great. All right, let me go grab my shulker box very quickly, and we will get started. All right, here we go. So, very first thing that I need to do is get a couple of legs down. And I think a good design for some legs are two sandstone walls on top of some bamboo stairs, but I need to figure out what direction I want this little chicken ostrich to be facing. And I feel like maybe towards the ocean is probably better, just since I usually do my fishing over in this location. If I look over, I'll be able to see their little head popping over. Oh, wait a second. Actually, I'm gonna put them right next to me where I do my regular fishing, just so I can see them all the time. So, what, probably over here is good, yeah? Yeah, this is a good spot. Okay, so we're going to very quickly, the first thing we do is we pop down where we want the feet to be, which I think are about right here. And I learned that if you put little bamboo fences on the front, you can make them look kind of like toes. That's pretty cool. Or like little claws, especially for like chickens or like dragons and stuff like that. And then we use our little sandstone walls here for the legs. Now the rest of this is all mostly going to be black stone, I'm pretty sure, because the birds in the movies are all black feathery and stuff. We're not gonna be needing too many more blocks other than these. And if we do need other ones, for example these ones, it would just be for some lighter colors or just for some different texture, I'll be honest. But what we're gonna do right now is try and sort out how tall we want this actual birdie to be. I know that the legs should be about one block like this. So I'm going to start working up to where the neck is from the bottom of the legs. So we're gonna go up, maybe we'll say, what, 1 or 2 blocks? And we'll grab some of these stairs here, and we're just going to put one stair facing upwards, and then we're going to take this same exact stair and then flip it upside down. There we go. I miss my scaffolding so much. Ow. It's a bit on the flat side right now. But that is because I haven't put in really anything else except for just where I want the neck to be. And the best way to make this thing get into shape as quickly as possible is to start putting in the actual face. Now for the face, I've decided on a mixture of perhaps black stone buttons and warped buttons for the eyes. Maybe for the warped buttons, we'll use that for the females, right? Because usually these birds and stuff like that, they usually have some form of distinction between the two. So we'll try to use lighter colors for the females and then the darker eyes for the males. I don't know if that's accurate, that just is what I'm making up as I go here. And for the eyes, you just grab one little stripped log. I don't know really what color is the best for the eyes. I maybe a pale oak would work better, but I think this is fine how it is. So we're going to grab, we'll try, yeah, okay, we'll try the black stone buttons for now as the pupil, and then we go over to the front once again and we put a little stair. Yeah, there it is. There's our little beak right there. So we use the upside down bamboo stair as the beak, and if we want the beak to look a little bigger, we can also put a bamboo trap door on top as well, just to make it stick out that little bit extra. And then we can put a bamboo pressure plate as kind of like a bit more of a smooth transition to the top of their head, which also is missing a little slab, because I don't want their head to be completely flat. I think this is pretty cute so far. This is our little test dummy for what we could use as the base for all of our birds. Oh my gosh, this looks awful. Here, let's put a shelf on the bottom of the neck, just to help smoothen the transition between the head and the neck. And then I think we're actually going to remove this and then change it to a stair so that it doesn't look as flat, maybe? Or, there we go, actually. That seemed to work in a different way. Here, we just do this. We just move this one back one. Ooh, and then what if we change this one to a stair? Oh my gosh. We're learning. Oops, I messed it up. There we go. No, that's awful. Okay, but I take it back. We don't need the other stair. Yeah, this is good. All right, and then from here, at the very base of the neck, we start wrapping where we want the actual body to be. So we're gonna take some of our black stone slabs and we'll kind of just run it along around about where we want the curve of the back to be and where the feathers start to spike up. Now, I do know that the birds in this show have or this movie rather, they have wings, right? But they don't work very good, and they're not like fully evolved quite yet. So they aren't very developed. So they are very squaggly little wings. So we don't have to make them big and fluffy. They're almost completely invisible. So we're going to try and work around the wings here. We'll say one or two blocks out like this. And then we'll start using the stairs to go upwards, because we really need these tail wings to start spiking, because that's one of their big defining features, is that eventually the back ends of their feathers are all quite spiky. This might be too long actually, and we'll stick to this for now. And now we start rounding out our little body. Well, I guess we could put one of those there as well, right? No, we need the long neck. We need big tall neck. That does not work at all. We'll come back to this one. I think maybe I'll keep it as a slab for right now, and we'll see how it feels in a little while. However, we need to do a bit more wing placing over here. So we're going to do a design that I used to use for tires, which is the Blackstone stairs with one of them upwards and then just flipped upside down like this. So we're going to do two of those, or maybe just one of them, and then and then maybe we can use some of these other slabs finally as like the lighter bits for the ends of the wing, right? Yeah, we do something like, oopsie, not that. And then we do something like this. I do this a lot in my terraforming as well, where I'll do diagonals, and then I'll also make it go upwards a block, just for a little bit more visual, a bit more of a visual interest, I guess, or whatever you'd want to call that. It also does add a little bit of a spike to it as well, I think, for that spikiness that we were looking for. So this is just the wing right here, just a tiny little thing. And then since these are the legs, we're gonna also want these to go out as well. So maybe we'll add a couple of oh no, I can't do that. I can't do that. These wings need to be out one more block. We'll try that. Maybe we can make the bottom of it a bit more spiky. What are these blocks? Why is this all messed up? Do I have any walls? I do have walls. Nice. Here, we'll put one wall on the end just to make it seem like it's a bit more like spiky or fluffy. Maybe, I think that works. Oh, maybe we can put one of them over here as well. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Now they're coming along. What else could we do here? I do still need to give them a bit more of a roundness to their body. So we're going to break these and then fill them in with blackstone, like so. You know, maybe it would benefit to have the legs actually pushed in a block. So let me try moving these inwards one and see if that looks any better, because this is not working out for me right now. It feels really weird, and I don't know why. And now, how do we feel? No, there we go. That's what was wrong. It was totally the legs. They were totally in the wrong spot. That looks way better. Yeah, there we go. Now we just need to... Uh-oh. Oh, no. I messed it up. There we go. That's much better. I had the sideways legs. Let's take a nap. Okay, is there anything else I can add to this? I definitely feel like I could benefit from a few more walls and like spiky pieces of like blackstone on the middle section here. Not that it would like make much sense, but I do feel like it would really contribute to the spikiness of the back. Just because I'm looking at these reference images, and boy are they are very spiky. So maybe we'll just add a couple of little extrusions or whatever, just some little spiky poke ups. Just for no reason other than to make them look more spiky, right? So we'll try that. Yeah, there we go. This can work. Maybe this wing actually doesn't need to be here. That piece of cobbled deep slate. All right. This is looking good so far. Maybe we could put one more block round about here, maybe? Oh, here we go. That's what was wrong. There it is. There's the fixed middle bits again. Give it a look from the side. And ta-da! There we go. There's our little horse claw. They're so cute. I love them. We could also try them with the lighter eyes, like I mentioned before, since the female versions, right? Yeah, they're both so cool. I love them. This is gonna be fantastic. So now we've just got to grab a bunch of these and paste them kind of just all over the island in various positions and poses, and maybe in nests and everything. So each one of them is going to be completely unique, or at least I'll try my best to. I mean, I feel like there's only so many variations of these things that I can make. I don't, however, like this this wall. Maybe we can put that somewhere else, like over here. Or maybe more in like the center, like this. How do you feel about that? Is that a good look? Oh, that looks more like a rooster now. Interesting. That's okay. I think we are good to go now. I've got a pretty solid foundation down for what I can do for the design. Now we just need to put them all over the place. And there we go. We've got a whole bunch of different horse claws kind of just put all over the island now. And oh my goodness. These little babies are quite possibly the greatest thing I've ever created in my entire life. So I was doing some reading of the Nausicaa manga, and I read somewhere that the baby horse claws are actually they're made of like these fluffy little white feathers compared to the big strong looking ones. So I made a little tiny baby horse claw with some cobwebs on it. And tell me this doesn't look like a fluffy little baby birdie, right? This is quite possibly the best thing I have ever made. I've put quite a few of them around already. I still have maybe 2 or 3 more that I would like to put around. But before we get started on all of those, I will very quickly just go around and show all of the ones that I did put down. So we've got these 2 here. We've got the main mother and a baby. Oh, and also I did have to do a bit of adjusting. So originally I did say that I was going to make a bunch of like little horse claw families, and it's really sad, but apparently the horse claws, the females only have their eggs once the other one dies. It's really sad. So there only is a horse claw with a baby when they've lost the father, or maybe they all lay eggs. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't really I couldn't find anything about that. But we've got a bunch of them all over the place in their nests and their little families around. So we've got one here, we've got one on the beach with the baby, and then we've got 2 more over on this little piece of land over here, which is underneath my overhang on the side of the mountain. So this one right here, this is a mother, right? You can tell by the lighter eyes with their slightly grown up child. This one is much smaller than the ones I've made before, which is, it's very hard to tell because trying to build these things in scale is completely impossible. I could not. I do hope you all like these so far. And this one was definitely much more fun to create than the other ones because I had to make a dynamic like shape for the legs to make it look like they're walking, and I thought that was very cool. The mother as well has a very, very different shaped beak just to give a bit of diversity to the existing horse claws. I didn't want all of them to be the same, so we've got 2 of them here, mother and their baby, and then we also are going to put one more around about this location here, as well as another one up on the front of where I do my fishing and stuff, and then a whole bunch of them inside the cave, which is what we're going to get started on right now. Thank you very much. We have an extreme amount of work to do, and I've got an entire week of building I can do. Like from this point, I have a total of 7 days to be able to put my head down and do as much creative planning and survival building as I possibly can. And unfortunately, while I do have a whole 7 days to get this project started and finished, I unfortunately do not have the 7 days to record it all. There is a lot going on over here, and unfortunately I am not going to be able to record for quite a while. So I will just be tinkering away with this stuff in the background. Alright, so there are 2 things that I'm going to try to accomplish through this week. The first one is going to be the resource collecting and the block placing for the entire cavern that we have planned for holding all of our different echoes and stuff. And then once we are done with all of that, I am hoping to try and get some texturing done on the mountain, because I do really want an echo. So once we finish all that texturing and stuff, the only thing that we have left for this whole series would be to do the landscaping for like the shoreline and stuff, which is the connecting it all to the ocean floor. It's a big shocker that would, of course, is the last thing left. I very much underestimated how long that stuff would take. But we have a lot of different things to do, and we are going to work our way over to where we're going to have the big old chasm, and we're just gonna do a little tiny twirl. And there we go. This has been quite possibly the craziest week of my entire YouTube career. The amount of pain I'm feeling in my pinky and my thumb is absurd. and I definitely have overdone it, unfortunately. So I definitely think in my next video I'm not gonna do any building. I'm just gonna do some relaxing fishing, and I'm just gonna be doing fishing, and that's it. You know, I don't think I have ever had a full 7 days of uninterrupted fishing before. I've always had to like do creative planning and resource collecting and actual building in the week. So I wonder if I'll be able to do a bit more fishing, because I know the most fishing I ever did before was 5 days in a row, and that was like 8,500, 9,000 almost. So I definitely I'm excited to see how much I could do if I am fully 100% dedicated to it for a full 7 days. But that is going to be next week for sure. So next Saturday, actually. So there actually was a data pack that came out a few days ago by Hauziki and AvidMC that adds a whole bunch of different biome based fish, and I think that is what I'm going to do for the next week video. So we're just going to do some relaxing, some exploring, and we are going to be pouring our heart and soul into catching as many of those different fish that we can. Although, I don't think I'll be able to catch them all. I'll be able to catch probably a couple of them, but not nearly all of them. Well, that is enough of the fishing talk. So I am going to very quickly do a very small little tour of our lovely little cavern here. Starting, of course, with the fishing stuff, because fishing talk is never done here. So one of the big things that I really wanted for this cavern was I wanted to go fishing in it, right? But since it's a cave, that usually is not it's not a great idea. So I made a little spot where you can do your fishing and stuff at, and it's right here in the very center of all of the 4 trees that have the slots for the echoes and everything. So we've got one slot here, here, and you can't see it here, I think. Right about there, all facing inwards, and we've got these very small openings in the top of the mountain here, just so we can get some good sunlight, and we can also do our fishing without having to worry about getting the slow fishing and everything. Because if you didn't know, if you fish with your bobber not exposed to the sky, you get a very significant increase in the time it takes to catch something. So it's very important that you have your bobber exposed to the sky, and that also counts through translucent blocks as well. So you can put a piece of glass above it and it'll work fine. The fishing spots here are very limited, so I did use a glass pane as my like my guiding block. So if I throw my bobber directly at the piece of glass right here, it'll just fall down and it'll be directly on the spot where it's exposed. So this right here is just as good as fishing in the ocean. I just thought I'd share that very quickly. I know I'm supposed to be doing a tour, but instead I'm going fishing. I'm sorry. I guess there is no better place to start than the beginning. Oh, also, I lost my netherite pickaxe somewhere. I completely misplaced it. It's been gone for a while. So I had to make a new soak touch pickaxe, which we did also name the same name as the netherite one as before. Anyway, here is the entrance of our big old cavern. So we went very flora for this location, and fauna, I suppose. We do have a bunch of the big horse claws in here. We've got one on a big nest with a cute little togepi egg next to it, which is supposed to be a horse claw egg, but I don't actually know what they looked like. And then we've got the father over here, which doesn't make any sense, but I don't care. I want the little horseclaw families. We've got a bunch of different mushrooms and spore types all around, starting of course with these green ones. These were very cool to make. And then of course we have my favorite ones of all time. They're these little fluffy little spores that I call sporbs, because they're spore and they're little circles, right? So sporbs. We got a bunch of sporbs here. Oh, and this little green corner, or this little blue corner beside me. I know there's lots of blue plants in this game, so I wanted a dedicated spot for like blue stuff. Oh, and we've got a million firefly bushes underneath the floors as well for the particles and everything for the spores. That was also very cool. And then over there is the mother sporb, which is quite difficult to see because I'm not very good at sight lines, and everything in here is very cluttered, which was very intentional because cluttered for me is cozy. And that was the whole deal over here, was a cozy little fishing spot underground. Oh, actually, you know, this whole area was going to be actually a dormant volcano. Like, this whole top was going to be ripped off, and I was going to have it to where the trees in here floated in from above. But I felt like I really liked the jaggedness of the tops of the mountain more. Oh, that's right. I don't know if I mentioned it either, but I did in my creative world, I ended up swapping from the cherry grove trees to mangrove, because the green of the mangrove leaves definitely, I think, matches more of the toxic jungle type situation that I was trying to go for originally. I mean, because the pink from the cherry grove was very, very much, it was a lot, and it kind of, this whole area is already a lot, so it was definitely the best choice to turn everything here into green. And I do hope you all like it so far. I don't think there's anything left really for me to do in here. This is it. This was all of the things done as quickly as I possibly could have, and it was a great time. Oh, and we've got all of our echoes, our echo spots here as well. Nice. All right, well, that is certainly a good sign. We just got a mending book while we're just fishing here. I'll take it. I also don't think I mentioned it yet, but on top of this lovely little cavern, I did also do a little bit of texturing on the outside of my lovely little mountain here, and I absolutely love it. So I know this series is named Echoes of the Shore, but I have always thought of this mountain of having like little swirly bits on it. So I did go through with some diorite and some moss and some grass, and I added as much detail as I possibly could to the surface of the mountain. So I've got big old swirly bits kind of just all over the place around here, trying to add a bit more of like a whimsy, swirly, like fantasy location. And I don't know if it worked or not, but I do really love it. Look, we've got a bunch of them here. We've got one big one here. We did also add another birdie right there, as well as the one from before that I mentioned over here on the shoreline. And we just did this spiral situation pretty much around this entire mountain. So all of the moss and the diorite and stuff around here is all in a like spiral pattern. I just thought that would be a very fun and unique type of texturing to add to this little mountain here, given that it is, after all, supposed to be like songs, and a lot of these are shaped a bit like the song notes. So I do really hope that you all like this so far, and it has certainly been an experience doing all of this texturing and replacing of the grass. Oh my goodness, the mountain! Wait, I just realized. We finished the mountain. The mountain is done. Everything is done. All we have left is for the shoreline, and then that's it. That's the last echo that we need. We just need this one to be finished, and then that's it. I think we are good to go and get our echo now for the mountain. Hello friends, and welcome to Echoes of the Shore. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so very much. Echoes of the Shore is my lovely little survival series where I have given myself the goal of fully restoring a lovely little island out in the middle of the ocean back to the way it was in the ancient times. And to do that, I need to go and collect 4 different echoes, which can be rewarded to me by completing little tiny tasks just around the island, just by doing some chores. But they are very difficult for me to get. And my side objective while I'm doing all of that, of course, was to originally catch 50,000 fish. But I have already done that, so now I just will be fishing for the sport of it. That being said, we have officially 3 of the echoes now, so we just have 1 more that we need to get, and that is going to be the one that we can get for doing all of our lovely little sandscaping around, or like our shoreline stuff, right? So that's what we're gonna do in today's video, hopefully. on top of all of our fishing, of course, which is, I'll be honest, the top priority, because I have been in an extremely fishing mood recently. I don't know if you could tell. So on top of all of our fishing and our sandscaping that we're going to do eventually today, there are still a few little tiny chores that I would like to do around here. I think I wanted to add a few more of these birds, or maybe some other mystical tiny little creatures that I think would be a cute addition. Although I do think I want the main inhabitants of the island to be these little horse claws from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, one of my favorite movies. So maybe we'll go through, we'll add a few more of them, and that will officially be the island all fully finished. And I cannot believe that it's coming to a close. I've been on this world already for what, like 3 or 4 months, just building and tinkering away and placing as much sand and rocks and grass and trees. Oh my goodness. This has certainly been an experience so far, and I have loved every second of it. And I appreciate you all so much for being here through the whole series. It really means the world to me. That being said, though, I'm going to go and jump straight into fishing for, I'm gonna say, a whole 3 days. I've got a lot of fishing that I want to do, but I also have a lot of building, so I do need to limit the amount of fishing that I can do. And what I know this is gonna be a weird thing, but I did originally have plans for recapturing all of the different Skyblock Kingdoms fish, but in this world. And the title was gonna be like, "You called me crazy, so I did it again," or something like that. But I do feel like I need to keep the series separate, so I unfortunately have just resigned to doing regular fishing, which is still extremely lovely and one of my favorite things in the entire world. So without further ado, it is even raining too. Let us just jump straight into a whole bunch of fishing. 2 seconds. And welcome back from the lovely fishing time lapse. Oh goodness, I left my stuff on the ground. Oopsie. Sorry. Welcome back from the lovely time lapse. This might look a little weird to some of you if you are new here. And that is because I have been on top of my regular fishing, of course. I, for some reason, really wanted to go back and do some more SBK fishing. So I went to my local pale oak biome, and I fished until I caught the legendary there, which is the I Stare at You legendary fish by Skylery, of course, part of the Skyblock Kingdoms SMP, and they did so lovely with it. It didn't take me too long as well. I think it was maybe only 2,000 fish or so to catch this one, and less than a day. But I have been fishing in total for I'll say about 4 days, and I have loved every single second of it. And I think that's probably the last of the fishing that we're going to do for this series, because we have a bunch of other things that we need to get started on now, and I'm really excited for it. Also, goodness gracious, this legendary is so cool. I think I'm just gonna carry this around with me for the whole episode now. They did so good. Oh, also, here's the concept art for it as well that they made. They were able to transition it into pixel art very nicely, I think, from their normal drawing. That being said, we are now good to go home, and we're gonna get started on doing some terraforming. I think that's gonna be our plan for today. We're gonna start placing our sand down. And with that, we now have officially placed every single piece of sand that we needed to complete this little shoreline, except for, of course, this one little patch behind me that you can very clearly see. It's just a little square that's cut out of it. But I did do this on purpose. I wanted to save at least a little piece of the shoreline for the very end of the video, when I wanted to get the echo and everything. Not counting this, of course, we now have officially placed every single piece of sand and sandstone and rock and piece of moss on this island that we originally set out to do. And oh my goodness, I'm a moth on the water top, which does mean we are now good to move on to the creature placing, like I'd mentioned before. And by creature placing, I do of course mean these lovely little horse claws over here, which are from a Studio Ghibli movie called Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. So that is going to be our plan, hopefully. For right now, we're gonna put a couple more of these lovely little birds around, maybe like, I don't know, 6. I really want this place to be filled up with these. I do really love them, and the reason I'm placing so many of them is because this island, I'm wanting it to be like their natural habitat, right? Like, oh, I've left my bed here. I wanted this entire island to be completely inhabited by fantasy creatures, more specifically the horse claws, but I do have plans for adding some more other creatures as well, not just the horse claws. And I have already gone ahead, I have already gone and done that with my friend Fellowfoot. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with the game called The Wandering Village, but inside of the game, there are these lovely little creatures called the Onbu, or the Onbu. It's something like that, and they are just these cute, like, ginormous dinosaur creatures that have, or that can have, some villages on the back, and they are typically humongous, right? So, like, maybe 3 times the size of this entire island. So we made little baby versions of that. And they are so cute. I love them so much. So thank you to Fallowfoot again for always being helpful with building projects on this world. So this one here is by Fallowfoot. Look at these little toes. Look at these grippers. And then we have an even babier version of an Onbu over here, which was by me. And it doesn't really translate well into looking like an Onbu, but I did do my best here. They actually kind of look like the fox squirrels from Ghibli, so I guess something happened here and I did something wrong. But I did my best. And the Onbu are these 6-legged little dinosaur creatures with big, like, land pieces on their backs. So that's why this one's got, like, a big rock. So that's our plan for this island. We're going to go through and we're going to add as many little fantastical little creatures around as we possibly can. And I did originally have plans for having a big old fish inside of the middle of the pond here, because believe it or not, this pond is actually called the Fish Monster Pond. Now, maybe after we're done with all the creatures, we can go through and add a fish right in the middle here, perhaps, or something like that. But I'm not really sure. I'm gonna give myself a few days here to try and come up with some little creatures, and we're gonna place a whole bunch of horse claws. And 2 seconds. And welcome back from the big old time lapse of a whole bunch of different things. I don't even remember what we did. This has been a bit more than just a couple days. This has been, what, 3 days now? 3 days of building just a bunch of random organic structures and stuff all over the island, which has been very lovely. So you probably could see it from the time lapse, but we did go and we added a bunch more of the lovely little horse claws all around the island, like we mentioned before. However, we did also add 3 new creature types to the island, on top of as well the ombus that we added from with Fallowfoot and everything. So we've got now a total of 5 different creatures on this island, starting of course with the lovely horse claws and their babies, which I call a bobby. I don't remember where that came from. Did Pi Pi say that on her stream? I think she said something about it looks like a bobby or something. I don't know. But we got Bobby here, and we got all the other horse claws. And then also, this has been a very organic week for me in terms of like building. I mean, I do build a lot of organic things anyway, but this one has been especially eventful in terms of the new creatures. And while we're on the topic of the new creatures, my goodness, have we added a bunch of them. And I'm curious, how many universes do you think we can smush into this one? Because I swear I've added like 7 different movie creatures into this world, or things from other series that I haven't disclaimed as being in this universe. For example, the horse claws, of course. These are from a Studio Ghibli movie. And then over here we have the very first organic that I added that wasn't the bird, a lovely little sea turtle. I almost said a seahorse. This is not a seahorse. This is clearly a sea turtle. The only thing about this one, though, is it was the first one that I made this week, and it also took a very long time. Unfortunately, I did not use a reference for this because I did not mean for it to be a turtle at first. So when I first started placing these blocks, I originally was going for a beetle. But I could not get the shapes. Right. I really wanted to build just a little bug. But I did end up settling on a lovely little sea turtle, which makes way more sense for being next to the water. Although I'm sure there are some beetles that live next to the water. I definitely feel like the aquatic creatures are more suited to this area, I believe. Which now moves us on to the second creature that we made, other than sea turtle. We made a lovely little, I guess it's like a Loch Ness monster of the sorts or something. It's from a game called Dark Cloud 2, and they're called the Shigura. They're just these tall little guys that are in the Venicchio area that you can find after doing some missions and stuff. And I thought they were very lovely, and I did grow up watching them quite a bit in the game, especially Shingala, which is the one that we've got over here, which is what they're based off of. So the type of species is called the Shigura, right? But the name is called Shingala. So that's very cute. So we've got 2 of these little guys just parked over here. And then the very last organic that we made was a lovely little mossy little dugong, which was recommended to me by Pi Pi Samurai. I certainly have never built anything like this before, and I did not know where to start when it came to building stuff like this. But this is about the point where I learned that the organics are much easier to build when doing it on like diagonals and stuff. Because this whole time I've been making these little birds and the Shigura and the little sea turtles and everything. They've all been like on like one plane, right? Or like they've been like very, very forward. I don't know how to say that properly. But this little dugong, I built him on a diagonal, and it felt much easier. And the face was very cute as well. So their recommendation was to build a mossy dugong / manatee, and I definitely think this might be that. This may be close to it, I'm sure. Now, I don't know if that was a type of species of dugong, but my brain went more like a fantasy route with this. So that's what we made. A little dugong that was born with a bunch of moss as hair or something. It does very fit the theme as well of, like, since we've got the ombu over here as well and everything. And I did originally also have this built out of stone, because for some reason all the manatees and all the dugongs and all the Cyrenian, I think. I don't remember. It's like the Cyrenian family or something. The sea cows. I tried building it out of stone first, because every time I googled a picture of them, they were all gray. I definitely didn't like it, because no matter what I did, it made it look like a statue, and that is not what they are. They are alive, and they are slightly fluffy. So I definitely liked that the using the oak logs made it look like there's like a bit of a shagginess to them, as well as, of course, the grass. I really am proud of this. Here, let's do a little fly around. Yeah, there we go. They're so good. Yeah, definitely building diagonals is going to be much easier from now on. This is actually, the shape of the body was my first try on a diagonal. after going through like 4 or 5 revisions of the single axis locked mode, which was awful. It was awful. I also did have banners at some point. I tried using banners for the eyes, but I did eventually just settle on buttons. It gives a very derpy look, which is perfect because these dugongs look very silly, but they are also very beautiful. I do love some little sea cows. So thank you, Pai, for the lovely recommendation for the little creatures, and thank you everybody else for watching me make these weird little things. This is great. Also, it's probably very obvious that I've been watching a lot of a series recently called Skyblock Kingdoms, of course, which is where we got all those different fish and everything from. There's just something about the community and the creators there that I have been very much in love with. So I've been binging quite a bit of the creators there and watching pretty much every live stream. So this has been great while I've been doing my fishing and everything. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention I didn't even show my fishing statistics yet for the series, since I'm not gonna be doing any more, unfortunately. Well, unless it starts raining right now. Okay, so after what, 3 months, 3.5 months, 4 months maybe, we have managed to collect a total of 63,195 fish, which is pretty good to me. Although I definitely think I could have doubled that. I could have probably even tripled that if I was very much wanting to. But there has been a lot of life changes with this series in the background. So some things have been going on that have been preventing me from playing as much, which is why sometimes there's 2 weeks between the videos, which is still okay for me. Like I'm okay with waiting 2 weeks for a video, and it certainly helps me increase the production quality of them as well. However, 1 week definitely is my preferred, so I am still going to be trying my very best to get a video out every week or so, except for this one. This one clearly is going to be 2 weeks. Whoopsie. In fact, this video goes up in 2 days from now. Well, with that being said, that is all of the organics that we made, which moves us on to a couple other things that I did on the in-between, which I definitely think I want to mention. So the first one being, there's this island right here that has been bothering me since I moved here, and I tore all the trees down from it. Now, I don't know if this is something I want to clean up, but I definitely don't think I have any more time for bigger projects. So unfortunately, I think I am just gonna leave it not like this. Maybe I'll cut the trees. I'll finish the trees. I definitely think I'm gonna leave it how it is for the most part. Maybe for the world download, I will clear the top layer for it so that it's partially underwater. It's a little easier to look at. But yeah, I don't know why I haven't done this before. This used to be my tree cutting island, so I'd plant all the different saplings here just so that I didn't have to go to the biomes where I needed the trees. So for example, the dark oak or the jungle and everything. So it was very helpful, but goodness, did it get in the way of me trying to make thumbnails. I felt like the best view was always right here, but I had to switch it to a different side, like over there, which I guess it was helpful for the most part, right? It makes you switch up your main focus point of the island, right? So this originally right here was my preferred like thumbnail place where I wanted to take pictures. Yeah, there was always trees in the way, and I like to have it zoomed in. In an ideal situation, this island would turn out to be just as pretty as this one. However, we have certainly done more than enough progress for this island. I haven't been anywhere. I don't get out anymore except for to gather resources, and then I just come straight back here. This definitely is the longest I've spent in one location, because my fishcraft world was very spread out as well, so I was able to go to many different biomes and visit many different places. But this one, I just was on the island, which was great. This is beautiful. Like I genuinely, I find comfort in familiarity, so this is perfect. I just don't have time for another island. That's all, because I've got new series stuff coming, which is very exciting. And this lovely little island right here was not the only thing I adjusted, because I made 2 more cliffs on accident. I know that's a weird thing to say, but I recently have learned how to make proper cliffs, or at least cliffs that feel a little bit better to me, I suppose. And the answer was right in front of me the entire time, and I don't know how this happened, but I learned to make cliffs from doing my little sandy drop-offs underwater. So if I take a look underneath the water here, and I look at the way that I did the drooping to have it like drop off so that it connects easier to the ocean floor. If I use this as a template, this literally is a cliff. Like, this is a cliff face, and it looks good. It looks really good to me. So I find it really funny that I've been making cliffs on accident, and I've been struggling to make cliffs outside the water. I think I just needed to have a change of mindset here with this. It's so weird. So I did take this as a design, and I've used it over here. So this right here is basically just my water drop-off template. Like, this is how I build my sandy bits that go and connect to the ocean floor. So I think it looks lovely. We've got this bit here which does that. I've also gone over this direction and done it as well. So now we've got an added bit of little cliff face over on this side as well, where all of this moss and everything is. And I did only do this originally because from this angle in particular, it was all very, very, very stone. It was lots of gray, and there wasn't much green or anything to look at on this side, so I did want to add this little pinch of little overhang, and then I just added a tiny cliff underneath of it as well. And then I got, unfortunately, a little carried away, and I needed a better place to put one of the Shigura, so I made them a cliff as well. I made them a cliff too. So now we've got 2 new cliffs added to the island, and we're still waiting to finish the sand and stuff. But this right here, this is the second cliff, and I definitely I'm so proud, and I'm so happy with it. Here, let's go out of the water for this. And ta-da! There it is. So this is our little Shigura cliff. I think it looks lovely, and it is exactly a copy of my underwater sandy connected stuff, and it's so crazy how I literally just needed to look at it as if it was a separate structure instead of a cliff. So if I guess I just needed to think of it as my little sandscape, and it feels much easier, or at least for these types of cliffs. I know there's lots of different cliff types, but for the ones that I enjoy building, which are the ones with big grassy overhangs and like very sheer, gradually going backwards like drop-offs, this works perfect. And I definitely am going to be abusing this in the future for sure. Well, I guess not for sure, for mountains, not for shorelines. This has been definitely a very productive many days already so far for this. And this has been so lovely, and I really want to keep on building, but unfortunately, I think it's time. I think we've got some sand that we need to start placing. So without further ado, let us just jump straight into placing the very last bits of sand and getting our very last echo for this lovely island, and then finally it will be back to how it should be. Oh my gosh. All right, well, let's just jump straight into it. Here we go. This is the very last couple of blocks before it is fully finished. I think we've just got two little spots left in these little corners over here. So here we go. Oh my goodness. All right, so we've got 1 block over here, and where's it at? Oh, we've got a bunch of blocks actually. Goodness, I missed a lot of different spaces over here. Whoopsie. Where we go? Okay, here it is. And ta-da! There we go. There is our lovely little island in its full complete form. Wow, we finally did it. Gosh, this took forever. Oh, I love it. It's beautiful. I am very happy that I finally was able to actually connect the structure to the ocean floor. I'll be honest, I didn't think I was gonna do it. I wasn't gonna do it. I think I only did it because fallow. But it looks fantastic, and I'm so glad I did this finally. Oh my gosh, this island has been such a difficult thing to work on. Uh-oh, I've missed more over here. No! No, the false start, the false finish every time. It's okay. There's bound to be at least 1 million of these little spots that I wasn't able to connect properly, but that is totally fine because I'm gonna say this is this is good. This is it. Well, maybe I could go through with some polish on this, or does it need any polish actually? I think this looks good. Well, maybe this spot right here looks a bit too jagged. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Is there anything else I need to do here? I think that's it. I think I've fully 100% finished this island. Oh my goodness. Oh well, let's take a little look around. Goodness, this has been so lovely. Oh my gosh, wait, our last echo. I completely forgot. Oh, okay. Well, I imagine it's probably just gonna be this little piece of sand right here in my inventory, or this piece of sandstone rather. That was the goal after all, was for it to be a piece of sand or something, because you know all the terraforming and everything, which means we now have all 4 of them. Oh my gosh. We just need to go put it in its little pillar spot inside of our cave that we made for it, which is right here. So I made a couple episodes ago. Was it last episode? I don't remember when, but a while ago I made these 4 trees inside of this area here, specifically to hold all of the different echoes that we've got. So we've got the heart of the sea, which is the one that I got for the lake. We've got the diamond ore, which is the one that we got for completing the mountain, and all of the corresponding texturing as well. And then we had, well, what was the other one? It was for trees, wasn't it? There it is, the rooted breath, the one for trees. That being said, here is our very last echo put into its rightful place. And ta-da! There we go. That is officially all 4 of the echoes that we needed to fully restore this island's lost song. Oh my gosh. And to think this is exactly what it looked like 4,000 years ago. Alright, well, let's take one final look at it from the outside. Oh, this place turned out so good. I'll be honest, I had no real vision of this place when I first started, so a lot of this was just me making up some cool stuff that I wanted to build as I went. And it was really important for me for this series to try and stick to a more coherent theme, because I know in my last series, Fishcraft, I had some problems with things looking a bit too different from one another, which overall made me not like the area as much, since it was such a clash of different themes. But this one is much better. It is very naturey and tree filled, and we've got all these cute little creatures, and I loved it so much. This really has been probably my favorite series I have ever made, just because of all of the amount of organic structures that I've made and how much I've learned from it. Oh my gosh. That being said, I think we have done it. We finally we finally finished it. I know I keep saying that. It just doesn't feel like it. I think my job here is it's pretty much done. I've done. Oh, I do have one last thing I need to do. I have all my friends. So I think maybe my main reason for building this, while it is good to have restored it back to the way it was in the past, I wonder why was it all broken in the first place? I wonder what happened there. Like how could something so majestic turn into something so small and ugly like something like this? These things are beyond me, but I think what I want to do is have this island be inhabited by all my friends while I'm gone, because I've got many other islands that I need to terraform and places I need to go, things I need to see. So I think I will leave my island here to all of my friends and all of the ones that we made along the way. And with that, I have just about unfortunately run out of time for today's episode. So I thank you all so very much for watching this episode of Echoes of the Shore. I appreciate every single one of you, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Bye bye.